excited to have our new flags today and excited to be able to do this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm the Texas flag. I love Texas. Now we're going to do the Texas flag. I didn't think you were. Oh, yes. Okay. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Okay. Hi. So I'm going to start now with the mission statement and the philosophy. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration and addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So I'd like to welcome all of our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute or turn off any cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the Barbara Jordan Building located at 1601 Congress Avenue, room 2.035, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. We will begin with the board member roll call. Dr. Benton?
Good morning. Kathy Boswell, representing ADN Education. Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers.
Present.
Laura Disk, representing RN Practice.
Laura Disk, present.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN Practice.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, present.
Maisie Jamison, representing Consumers.
Maisie Jamison, present.
Ken Johnson, representing LVN Education.
Ken Johnson, present.
Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice.
Kathy Lederhorn, present.
Allison Porter Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education.
Allison Porter Edwards, present.
Drew Riddle, representing APRN Practice.
Drew Riddle, present.
Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice.
Melissa Scott, present.
Kathy Ship, representing APRN Practice.
Kathy Ship, present.
Rick Williams, representing Consumers. Mr. Williams is absent. And Kim Wright, representing LVN Practice.
Kim Wright, present.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the introduction of board members and staff.
Good morning. My name is Allison Edwards. I am faculty at UT Health Science Center in Houston in undergraduate studies, and I reside in Bel Air, Texas.
Daryl Chambers, I represent Consumers, and I'm from Grand Prairie, Texas.
Good morning. I'm Laura Disk. I am a registered nurse for 29 years. I represent nursing practice. I am a CEO for HCA Rio Grande Regional Hospital in McAllen and represent nursing practice. I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
Kim?
Kim Wright, I represent LVN Practice and reside in Corpus Christi.
Good morning, I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education and I'm faculty at Howard College in San Angelo.
Maisie Jameson, representing consumers. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Good morning, I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice and I reside in Granbury and I practice in Fort Worth.
Excuse me, I'm Catherine Boswell, and I'm representing Associate Degree Nursing Education at Weatherford College, Weatherford, Texas.
Good morning, I'm Carol Hawkins Garcia. I represent RN Practice. I reside in San Antonio, Texas. I'm a clinical educator, acute care hospital there, and also adjunct at Austin Community College.
Good morning, I am Melissa Scott and I am an LVN representing LVN Practice. I work in Fort Worth and I reside in Granbury, Texas.
Good morning, I'm Drew Riddle. I represent APRN Practice. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist. I work and practice in Fort Worth, Texas.
Thank you. Kathy Shipp. I represent APRN Practice. I live in Lubbock, and I do women's health for South Plains Public Health District that's just south of Lubbock. So happy to be here. So we'll start with staff.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Kristen Benton, Executive Director.
Good morning. My name is Dusty Johnston. I'm General Counsel with the board.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Elise McDermott, Director of Nursing.
Good morning, Hemant Macon, Director of Operations.
It's not on.
Ann Hooper, Lead Education Consultant.
Beverly Skloss, Nursing Consultant for Education.
John Vanderford, Deputy General Counsel.
Okay.
Patricia Vianis Cabrera, Executive Assistant.
I think we can start. I guess we're gonna.
Good morning, Christine Riley, Nursing Consultant for Practice.
Good morning, Timothy Sherman, Nursing Consultant for Advanced Practice.
Jolene Zeich, Nurse Consultant for Advanced Practice.
Joanna Starr, Assistant General Counsel.
Alexis Gilbreth, Criminal Justice Investigator.
Good morning, Leticia Sandoval, Enforcement Admin Assistant.
Irma Morgan, Enforcement Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, Connie Aguiar, Legal Assistant.
Eugene Claiborne, Assistant General Counsel.
Good morning, this is Avi Gimire, IT Manager.
Good morning, Bruce Holter, Information Specialist.
Good morning, Brian Evans, Admin Monitor, Live Stream Producer.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. I don't think we've missed anybody. Okay. I just want to welcome Drew Riddle, who is a new member of our board. This is the first meeting he's been. He was appointed last fall, along with Kathy Boswell, and Drew is Advanced Practice, and Kathy Boswell's ADN Education. We still have a few spots missing, but with the last legislative session, we added an APRN position and a consumer position. The consumer position has not been filled at this time, and we have an LVN position that's coming. So welcome to the new people. Okay, board members and staff, let's get started with reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda? Okay, hearing no changes. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the minutes of the agenda. I move to approve the agenda.
For January 25, no. Oh, yes, for January 25, 26.
25,
24.
26, yes.
Yeah.
Board meeting agenda.
So could I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison, I second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. So having a motion and a second to approve the agenda, if no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. And this vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. So board members, let's review the minutes for October 19, 2023 board meeting. Dr. Edwards, could I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes. I move to approve the minutes of the October 19th, 2023 board meeting.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Maisie Jamison, I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second to approve the minutes, if no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to the Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. So let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? This is consent agenda only. Okay, there are none. Continue with consent agenda. Board members, are there any recusals for consent agenda? This is for consent agenda only. So I have that Carol Hawkins Garcia, Maisie Jamison, and Kim Wright will recuse from 8.7.3, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 1030462 issued to Thomas Dwayne McKinney, SOA docket number 507-23-24073, and 8.75, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 350476 issued to Dylan Terry Smith, SOA docket number 507-23-24078. Are there any other items on consent agenda only that anyone needs to recuse themselves from? This is consent agenda only. Okay. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of agenda items 8.7.3 and 8.7.5?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda items 8.7.3, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate 1030462 issued to Thomas Dwayne McKinney, SOA docket number 507-23-24073, and agenda item 8.7.5, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 350476 issued to Dylan Terry Smith, SOA docket number 507-23-24078.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda items 8.7.3, 8.7.5?
This is Melissa Scott, and I second.
Okay. Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. So you'll have electronic, and then we will also do verbal. And please state your name before voting. Kathy Boswell.
Kathy Boswell, yes.
Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison.
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards.
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle.
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4. Rick Williams is absent. Kim Wright. 4.
Kim Wright, 4.
The motion passes. We will now take a vote on consent agenda items 8.7.3 and 8.7.5. Can I get a motion to approve agenda items 8.7.3 and 8.7.5, noting the following board members recused from the vote on this item because they were on the E&D committee that voted to temporarily suspend the nursing license involved in this PFD, these PFDs. Carol Hawkins Garcia, Maisie Jamison, and Kim Wright will be accusing. Motion, Dr. Edwards?
I move to approve agenda item 8.7.3 in consideration of order of dismissal and remand, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 1030462 issued to Thomas Dwayne McKinney, SOA docket number 507-23-24073, and 8.7.5 consideration of order of dismissal and remand, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 350476 issued to Dylan Terry Smith, SOA docket number 507-23-2407A.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
Thank you. Excuse me. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia recused, Maisie Jamison recused, Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4. And Kim Wright recused. So motion passes. Thank you, members. So board members, staff, audience, will now begin the meeting with agenda item 1.1, Executive Director Report.
Good morning, board members and members of the audience and staff members. You have a copy of my written report, but I just want to highlight a couple of things, well, more than a couple. But first off, on the national level, the Nurse Licensure Compact remains strong. Recently, Rhode Island implemented fully the compact, and Washington State is planning to implement at the end of the month. So that brings us to 41 states and territories. And big kudos to our staff who had to really hustle to churn out letters to all of those nurses in Texas who are permanent residents of those two states to notify them that their home states now are part of the compact. Therefore, the need for a single state license in Texas is no longer. So they did a great job. Okay, eNotify, as you know, is the free service offered through nurses that nurses can self-enroll to provide them with push notification reminders of when their license is up for renewal. Employers can also enroll nurses, and they'll also be notified of when a nurse's license is up for renewal, as well as notification of any action taken on a license. And since September, our renewal notifications have gone all digital, in that we've encouraged nurses to enroll in eNotify because we are saving trees and we're no longer sending paper postcards in the mail that tend to get lost anyway. So this is a great service. Back in, let's see, September, NCSBN made the announcement that over 1 million nurses in the country have self-enrolled in eNotify. And Texas had a little mile marker in that as of January 1st of this year, Texas employers have enrolled over 1 million nurses in their eNotify accounts. There are a little over 272,000 individual Texas nurses who have self-enrolled, and that continues to grow. So it's a great program. It prevents people from lapsing their license, and we really encourage nurses to enroll. Also nationally in November, early November, NCSBN, the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, hosted a Nursing Workforce Summit panel. And this was broadcast and viewed by many. And it was founded on the findings of the 2022 National Nursing Workforce Study that revealed that 100,000 nurses left nursing practice as a result of the pandemic. And the projections are that up to 900,000 nurses expressed in this survey that they may be planning to leave nursing by 2027. So this is urgent. And so the panel consisted of individuals with expertise in 3 areas, and those were staffing, nurse wellness, and workplace safety. And you have links to view those panels if you wish, and you also have links to kind of a one-page summary of the symposium. So solutions were proposed, and NCSBN's work with this is not done, so stay tuned, and I'll continue to update you. NCSBN also recently published their annual environmental scan, and this is a wonderful document. It's published through the Journal of Nursing Regulation, and the environmental scan, full text, is free to anyone, meaning you don't have to have a subscription to the journal to access it. This huge body of work really helps to inform regulators, healthcare leaders, and policymakers of current trends, issues, advances. It tries to look to the future to guide regulators and others on what's coming. So if you need some reading on your travel home, this is a great, great body of work. And I've given you a link there. NGN, so the Next Generation NCLEX, as you know, launched on April 1st. And the first quarter of the pass rates looked fantastic, both nationally and in Texas. And now we've completed a second quarter of the Next Generation NCLEX, and the scores still look great, but as predicted, there is some leveling, but no reason to panic. The scores look really strong. As you know, in Texas, the exam year ends on December 31st. So our education team, under Dr. Hooper's leadership, has been working really, really hard to verify all of the rosters. Sometimes students, in their nervousness, register with the wrong program code. And so we have to touch base with every single program director in Texas to make sure that all those testers truly belong to their program. So that takes a little time. So we will present the final official pass rates to the board at our April meeting. Okay, Texas news. Operation Nightingale, everyone is pretty familiar with that already. For the audience, if anyone's unaware, this is there was an FBI, an Offer of Inspector General announcement back in January of last year that there were a number of fraudulent programs discovered who were on some levels selling transcripts to individuals who did not, in fact, complete an approved School of Nursing. And so some of those individuals were able to go on and obtain a license and pass the NCLEX. And so there are individuals in Texas in that category. So we are working really, really hard. We have entered into an interagency contract with the Office of the Attorney General to help us with the legal burden because we have filed formal charges on individuals who have been provided to us on affidavit list as having fraudulently obtained a transcript. And so the work continues. Lots of work to be done. You'll notice on the agenda there are some rule adoption reports, and those are primarily on the agenda and implementing legislation that was passed last session. And then just a little update on the Health Professions Council. They met last on December 18th, 2023, and they're really moving in a direction of supporting staff wellness, which is a wonderful thing. They've held webinars for state employees of the Health Professions Council, which are all the health licensing agencies, and they recently, just this week, hosted a health fair. The second digital edition of the bulletin is on our website now. Big kudos to Bruce Holter and all the authors and editors who work in a flurry of activity to get this done. I've given you kind of a summary of some of the highlights. One of them is a recently enacted rule of the Nurse Licensure Compact, which basically says if you are a nurse who moves from one compact state to another and you hold a compact license, you must apply for licensure in your new home state within 60 days of establishing residency. Other highlights are introduction of board staff who are either new staff or in new positions. And I'd like to continue running that piece because I think it's really important for the public to know who their Board of Nursing is. And I won't read you the details, but the bulletin's out there. You can get to it on our website. Just a note about today's meeting. Because we do have some new board members, we've pulled a couple of reports that normally are on consent, off consent, just to give an overview of what that piece of business is about so that you feel fully informed if it shows up on a consent agenda in the future. Okay, now the fun part. So we have lots of new staff to introduce to you. And staff, as I call your name and give a little background, if you'll stand so we all can see you and say hello. First, in our enforcement department, we have Alexis Gilbreth. She is an investigator, and she was hired in October. And she earned her undergraduate degree in criminal justice at Sam Houston State, and previously worked as a registered behavior tech at Cole Health in Austin. Then we have Irma Morgan. Irma is an administrative assistant. She was hired on November 1st. She previously worked with LegalZoom and Amazon, and she attended the University of Miami and studied business administration. Welcome. And Leticia Sandoval is an administrative assistant in enforcement, and she was hired on November 1st also. She previously owned and operated her own construction and cleanup business. And let's see, she has a bachelor's degree in psychology and women's studies from Texas A&M. And Josue Hernandez could not be with us today, but you'll get to meet him at a future meeting. He is a clerk and, an investigator in enforcement. And in operations, I don't think Lorraine is here today, but she's busy in the office right now distributing our mail, among other many tasks that she handles. But she has worked with us as a temporary staff person for a while, and we were lucky enough to pull her in as a permanent part-time employee recently. And then in legal, Connie Aguiar. Connie is a legal assistant. She started on November 6th, and she previously worked with Bonilla Law Firm in Austin and has also worked as a teacher. Connie has a PhD in English from USC. And also in legal, Eugene Claiborne. Eugene is an attorney, and he started on November 1st. He previously worked at the Office of the Attorney General as the supervisor of the Administrative Law Division. He earned a Bachelor of Arts in Government Affairs from UT and his law degree from South Texas College. He is an honorably discharged veteran of the U.S. Army. And then in nursing, is Nicholas here today? I didn't see him. He's back in the office, busy working. But Nicholas, you'll get to meet him later. He has been working in our APRN licensing department since November 13th and comes with lots of great background in IT and holds a Bachelor of Arts from UT Austin in history. And then there are a couple of staff promotions I want to mention. Paul Bradley, who is here. Paul has been a practice consultant for about a year with us, and he has had the courage to step into the role as team lead for practice. So we really are delighted that he is stretching and know that he's doing a great job. Thank you. And Noemi Vezina is not here, but she, as of February 1st, will take on a supervising role as an investigator. She has a long history with the board. She started as an administrative assistant in 2005, then moved over to enforcement in 2006, and has been working as an investigator since then, and will do a great job. So Tony's team is working on, developing her new team that will help support our investigations. And then the sad news. We recently learned that one of our long-tenured staff members, who is so highly valued, will be retiring at the end of the month. Dr. Jolene Syke. I don't want to make anybody cry, but she's had to make a tough decision, and we know it's the right decision for her, but we will miss her. I can't say enough about what Dr. Syke brings to advanced practice nursing and all nursing, but particularly APRN nursing. We can still call her. She has promised us that we can keep her on speed dial. And yes, always keep that phone near you. She's just an amazing leader, a humble leader, a servant leader, and has shaped APRN regulation, not only in Texas, but nationally. I mean, she's so humble, but she is called on by people from all over the country to advise, and thank you, Jolene. Okay. During the holiday season, board staff really worked hard to pull together an amazing fundraising effort, and they carried it really on all year. They sold coffee, sold snacks, and collected all this money, and it culminated in a really significant contribution to the family of a disabled veteran in the area. And staff also were able to contribute in a separate project to sponsor 5 children's holiday wishes who are in foster care. So we've got some really big hearts on our team, which is awesome. You have statistics on the jurisprudence exam in the report. You have some Google Analytics to demonstrate how many people are visiting our website and what they're looking at. And then you have some other statistical report, as well as all of the meetings that all of the directors have been engaged in over the past quarter. Happy to answer any questions. Sorry to be so long-winded. But I think staff, we really need to know our staff. So it's worth the time.
Thank you, and we're excited for the new staff. I think we still have some openings, but we feel you're joining a great team, and those promotions, we appreciate your service and then stepping into those other positions and roles. And, when we lose somebody has to cover that spot, and we have a lot of that that's happening now. And being APRN, we're going to definitely miss Jolene, and she has just been a mentor and a friend, and they listen to her all over the country, and so we've been blessed. And so she's going to be our phone a friend when we, for sure, which she is now as well. So thank you all. So I think at this time, we will start with St. Mary's University in San Antonio, Texas, Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program, Dr. Hooper, and that's 3.2.6A.
Good morning, board members and visitors, and especially visitors to St. Mary's today. I'm not going to pass up the opportunity without talking a little bit about our approval process. I know some of you are new, and it might help you in reviewing these proposals. 4 is not more than we've ever had before. Some years back, we would have 3 or 4 every time, and now we have 4 today. When someone wants to write a proposal, first of all, they send us a letter of intent, and that's our starting point. Sometimes we don't get letters of intent, we get a proposal. But the proper way, a letter of intent, and then they attend an informal information session. Dr. Ayers presents those twice a year, going over the process with people online now and describing the process of writing a proposal and moving it forward. We also have guidelines on our website. We have a resource packet you might be interested in finding. And in this resource packet, we step-by-step talk about the process. And basically, we tell them what we can do and what we cannot do. We can guide them through the rule. We can help them. We cannot give them advice. We cannot write their proposal for them. We cannot edit their proposal for them. But so we are presently, Dr. Varnell is working on a template that programs can use when they're writing a proposal, and I think this will help us to reduce the size of maybe some of the material that is not quite as important to us. So we're starting to try that now, and we'll let you know how it goes. We receive the first draft in a few months after they've gone through the information session and studied the material. And that first draft is exactly that. It's never perfect. In fact, some are imperfect enough that we send them back. And we have on occasion sent their money back to them also. So that's not the common, but we cannot begin to work with something that needs so much work. And most of them move ahead. The first draft, we use 2 people read it initially to make sure all the pieces are there, and then 2 consultants review it and write up a review from that proposal. And there has to be agreement between the 2. We usually try to meet with the program either in person or online to go over the proposal step by step and to offer information about areas they might need to be improved or that might need to be added. That seems to be very helpful. We give them 1 year from the time they'll get the first proposal until they need to go to the board so that we don't extend the period. We need people to keep moving because information they write 1 year may not be relevant 2 years later. We do have a checklist that we use. And if it moves along this far, usually we get a second proposal a little later on, and quite often these are ready to go. But we may have a few things they need to add to it, and we discuss that with them. We want the last proposal about a month or 6 weeks before the board meeting. Now we're getting into Patricia time. And Patricia is a wonderful organizer of this meeting today. You have no idea what goes on behind her door. But we get those in. We want the last one to be able to go to her so she can send it to you. And especially when you have more than one to read, we know that's an effort. So we prep the program at that point for when they're coming. We tell them they're going to be sitting at the table and they're going to be answering questions for you. And we try to not create anxiety. So I'm sure it is anxiety. I do want to mention when Dr. Benton and I talked about doing this, that we do have room in our rule that if you find some areas that are weak, you like the proposal, but they're weak, you can write in requirements for monitoring, and we can monitor them along the way. So keep that in mind. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about St. Mary's University as the university, and then I'm going to let them answer questions and tell you more about the curriculum and the clinicals.
Dr. Hooper, I need to do the first part.
I'm sorry. Yes, now's your time.
So, sorry, my turn, and then your turn. Okay, thank you, Dr. Hooper. I love that. That's just good for even those of us who have been here to hear that and remember, because we know it's a big process. So this is a public hearing for a new nursing program. Under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from St. Mary's University to establish a new nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from St. Mary's University will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. And board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. And if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to board staff via email. So will the representatives of St. Mary's University Nursing Education Program stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. So now we will let Dr. Hooper talk, and then we will have your representatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing I do want to mention, you may think, do we want to approve every proposal? We have on occasion had one when at the end we feel like we cannot recommend approval. And we tell the program we can take it to the board, but we cannot recommend approval. And we do write that in as a denial. The program can still come to defend their own proposal. The last time that happened, the program decided at the last minute to pull it from the agenda. So our decisions are not always positive. I learned a lot about St. Mary's University in this review. They were founded in 1852 by the brothers and priests of the Society of Mary, a Marianist Roman Catholic religious order. It was the first institution of higher learning in San Antonio and is the oldest Catholic university in Texas and the Southwest. St. Mary's is located in San Antonio and has one college and 3 schools. It has a College of Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences, a School of Law, a Gray-He School of Business, and a School of Science, Engineering, and Technology. Their School of Law has graduated some noted lawyers, including one, Dusty Johnston. The nursing program is going to be housed in the School of Science, Engineering, and Technology. And Dr. Badowski, whom I will introduce to you, will also be the dean of that school. St. Mary's has 3,400 students, 200 full-time faculty, and offers 75 undergraduate and graduate degrees, as well as professional degrees in law, jurisprudence, and counseling. St. Mary's is a federally designated Hispanic serving institution. The proposed director and author of the proposal is Dr. Donna Badowski. We've communicated many times, but this is the first time I've met her in person. She will, as I mentioned, also serve, the Vice Dean of the School of Science, Engineering, and Technology. She graduated from Loyola University in Chicago with a BSN, earned an MSN from Lewis University, Romeoville, Illinois, and holds a DNP from Duquesne University of the Holy Spirit, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She has served as faculty at DePaul and the College of DuPage, and she's been awarded a number of grants and has numerous publications. She meets the requirements in Rule 215 for the director of the BSN program. I'm going to ask our visitors if they will introduce themselves and give you a little bit of information about the program. I do want to mention that they're proposing a 123 credit 4-year bachelor's degree program in nursing to admit 35 freshmen in the fall and then 1 admission a year. So I'm going to hand you the microphone.
Hello, and thank you for allowing us to present our program to you this morning. My name is Dr. Donna Badowski, and I am the founding director of nursing at St. Mary's University. Good morning. My name is Dr. Nancy Ryland, and I am the first faculty member with no students, but really happy to be on the team helping to coordinate this proposal.
Good morning. I'm Winston Aravelis. I'm a professor of industrial engineering at St. Mary's and president-elect of the university starting June 1, 24.
Would you like to give a brief overview of the program itself?
And I would be remiss if I didn't also introduce our guest and cheerleader sitting in the audience, Dr. Terry Beam. She is the Dean of the School of Science, Engineering, and Technology. So I will go ahead and share a little bit about the program. It is going to be a 123 credit hour program in which, and then the students will be able to graduate with a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. The first basic year and a half of the program, so they're freshman, sophomore, and freshman, first and second year, they'll be taking their prerequisites. And they'll take their first nursing course in the freshman year of their second year, which will be pathophysiology. And then they'll progress to the spring semester of their second year, in which they're going to be taking 3 nursing courses. They'll be taking pharmacology, fundamentals, and health assessment. And health assessment and fundamentals will have skills lab, as well as simulation, and fundamentals will have also a clinical component toward the end of the 16 weeks after they've had experience in skills lab as well as with simulated clinical experiences. Then they progress into the junior year of their nursing program, and this is where they're going to take mental health nursing along with health promotion, and then 2 8-week courses. One is going to be basically related to healthcare systems and policy, and the other one is going to be nursing informatics and technology. So they'll learn about informatics and technology in healthcare that gets utilized in healthcare. We decided to put mental health very early on in the program because we believe that healthcare is very holistic, and mental health is a big component of who our patients present to us. And they will have nurses encounter mental health in every single patient they encountered. So we felt that that part was very important to address early on in the curriculum so that they can carry that with them as they progress through the different age specialties. And we also believe we are also going to be adding motivational interviewing skills into both mental health to help with healthy behaviors related to substance abuse, and also in health promotion to help assist patients to with healthy behavior lifestyle changes. So we really have primary care prevention integrated throughout our program. Then they'll progress into their junior year and they'll take adult health along with older adult care. So the adult health course is going to be the entire 16 weeks, and older adult will only be 8 weeks to really address those specific needs of our older adult population. Then they progress into their senior year and they're taking their maternity, OB, as well as peds with the family focus to it, because we know that our obstetric patient doesn't just present by herself. There is a family component as well as our pediatric clients. So it's going to be family-centered care there. And then they also take community and global health. And then finally, they take adult health 2, their leadership course, and the immersion. Now, throughout all the clinical experiences, I'm a big believer in simulation, so we have decided to have 25% of their clinical learning experiences with simulation-based experiences, and then the other 75% will be in clinical with our clinical partners. Have I left anything out? You can talk about community.
Sure. So my background is in public and community health, so I was really excited when Dr. Podolsky talked about her vision for the curriculum, and there was going to be a strong emphasis on community-based care. So we are looking in that both in those early semesters with health promotion. It will be a service learning type of project, so student run, looking at what their early introduction to assessment of community needs and how they can bring some of their beginning skills to address either an inequity, a gap in what the partner is needing as far as health education or services. And then in our community class, we'll be doing more of those typical community experiences, such as we've contacted and have MOUs with school districts, with hospice agencies. We're looking at Camp, which is for individuals with disabilities and disadvantages, where maybe our pediatric clinical can also take part of that. So we're really, both of us have a mindset of really that art of nursing is really imperative, and we don't want to lose that. And we find that those often come when students are able to see nursing outside of the 4 walls, where they can really maybe step back, look at the population, do a lot of reflection of how this is really going to empower them to be a nurse. That can be a change agent.
Questions?
Madam President?
Did you want to say anything else? Okay. Okay, okay. Sometimes we like to know what you feel administration's support is.
St. Mary's University is very strongly in support of this program. If I back us up a little bit, I was Terry's predecessor. So I was Dean of the School of Science, Engineering, and Technology. We've had a history of generations of biology students, chemistry students, biochem students going into a range of health professions. So that part of St. Mary's has been around for generations. We looked at nursing, and we've had agreements with many institutions to have pre-nursing done at St. Mary's or the full baccalaureate, and then follow up with nursing at another institution. When it came time for us to look at nursing, I was coming off the dean's role and promptly jumped into Dean Emeritus and Special Advisor to the President with a strong interest from the Board of Trustees, from the President's Office, from the school in creating a quality nursing program. We had some opportunities to start nursing or think about nursing a few years ago, and we decided to hold off until we had the right facilities, the right people, and we at a point now where we've got a new building going up with a third of that building dedicated to nursing. We have a strong commitment to building the faculty and staff out. I'm here to show you that the Board of Trustees, the President's Office, me coming into that role, there's very, very strong support for nursing across the institution. The same level of support was also received when we started talking to clinical partners. That was one of the early comments that we had received. Be careful. Everybody wants the same clinical partners. What kind of reception are you folks going to have? You're the new kid on the block. And I'm here to tell you, whether it was University Health or Methodist, Baptist, Christus, Santa Rosa, the VA, the reception has been very positive with MOUs, clinical agreements coming into place up and down the line, and then a whole other range of agencies. I'm here to assure this body that this body should know that St. Mary's University is very strongly in support of Donna, Nancy, the others that will follow, and Dean Beam. And we're going to make sure that we dedicate the resources and time and attention to make this program successful.
Thank you. Dr. Edwards?
Good morning, Dr. Badowski, Dr. Ryland, and Dr. Aravallis. I represent baccalaureate education, so I have a lot of questions, if you'll just bear with me, and just some recommendations on refinements. So first of all, I want to just applaud you in your curriculum for putting mental health first, knowing what's going on in our nation, looking at the vulnerable populations, the homeless, veterans, and so forth. It's so critical for students to understand that social determinants of health early on. So I appreciate your public health background. Also talking about integrating disabilities, which is a quarter of our population. So love that about the curriculum. I think that'll really help students put it all together by the time they graduate. This was probably, so I'm going on my 8th year on the board. This is probably the most well-organized and detailed proposal I have seen. And I really, truly appreciate, I wish it was, maybe should go in that template that we're working on. I appreciated that you put an operating budget in there. That was wonderful. We do not see that typically, so we end up asking the questions. Despite the fact that we're all open for business, we're always concerned about student loans and debts and how much, tuition, what kind of burden they're going to carry after graduation. So I appreciated that. So to the questions. On your clinical evaluations, because I'm clinical track faculty, I jump right to the clinical evaluationist to really look at that. I found it very detailed. So if your intention is for faculty to get preceptor input, what is your intention? How do you plan to use that clinical evaluation? And specifically on your document, page 222, the clinical evaluation that goes to clinical immersion. It's 2 pages. So as a faculty member in clinical track, how do you intend to use that? Do you intend for the faculty to get feedback from the preceptor, or do you intend for the preceptor to complete that with faculty input? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
We will provide this to the preceptor at the very beginning of the clinical experience. And our preceptors, we intend to have, have the clinical faculty meet with them to give them a good orientation to this document. But really, faculty are the ones that provide the evaluation. They will be in consultation with the preceptors quite regularly.
Right.
I'm thinking weekly, that they would make site visits and meet with them to go over all these criteria to ensure that our students are meeting the behaviors that are listed in the clinical evaluation tool.
Which are great, but as a faculty and as a past preceptor, it's lengthy. I would just make the recommendation that you condense it, maybe combine like EBP with safety, or EBP and QI or QI, and combine some of those categories that you've got that are very well detailed, but they're very much overlapping. And for a preceptor to complete all of that detail is a lot, even if they're in consultation with the faculty weekly. So I would just recommend get it down to 1 page.
Okay.
And get it a little more simplistic for the preceptor to complete and the faculty to oversee. But your categories are great. They're very detailed. I just think there's some overlap that will make it a more feasible tool. And to that note, I'd never seen an SEU criteria or metric. I think you need a key on there. So I had to go to the definitions on page 608 to find out what E was. Was that excellent? No, it's not. It's emerging.
Yeah.
So emerging, the way I read the proposal is that you get 1 emerging evaluation and it's course failure. Is that correct?
We want them all to be
S.
At S.
Right.
By final. So if they have any emerging, at midterm, they meet with, the faculty need to meet with them and create a plan on how they will get to S by the end of the term.
Gotcha. So formative eval, but I would put a key on there because the preceptors are going to be using it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because I had to go a little deeper. And I'd also really recommend a range. I think preceptors have I know preceptors have a real hard time evaluating students, and they'll have a real hard time giving them an E, right? Even though they're maybe not be in the S category. So sometimes when you give a metric more
we have a plus and minus, so they can do an E plus or an E minus.
Okay.
So it kind of gives a
little more latitude.
Range. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I still think it's a little easier for faculty or preceptors to say, okay, 0 to 3.
Okay.
Maybe expand that criteria. Look at some different criterias because I think it's going to be difficult to use and maybe not vet out those students that may really need remediation, may really need more, psychomotor assistance. So I just know preceptors are always very reluctant to downgrade a student, even though they may need more help. So even a minus system, I think if you did a 0 to 10 scale, 0 to 3, 4 to 6,
Sure, we can do that. We can just get rid of the whole the letter system and just ranges.
I really would. I just because in my experience as clinical faculty, we'll get a complaint maybe midpoint about a student, and then still, even though the preceptor is complaining or saying that this student is not demonstrating professionalism or readiness or the skills necessary to proceed, they're reluctant to downgrade them. So I think when you give them more of a range, they have more latitude to say, well, they're really not, an E, but maybe they're somewhere between an S and an E. So yeah, maybe just look at different criteria system. And I'm happy to share the one that I worked on and to condense, and it's for our clinical. Actually, we use the same one for most all of our clinicals. Even though it's pass-fail, we put a metric to it. So it's not pass-fail in public health, but it is for every other clinical track at UT. So anyway, just food for thought.
No, thank you, I appreciate it.
Then just more, I couldn't find an academic honesty policy. I kept going back to the table of contents. I'm sure St. Mary's has one, right? So are y'all relying on St. Mary's academic honesty policy?
Yes.
But it's not in the proposal, right?
We referenced it in the student handbook, which was in the appendices.
Okay, I couldn't.
Yeah.
358, okay. Let me go to that real quick. Did you talk about AI at all?
It's in our syllabus.
I couldn't find it in the syllabus either. Okay, as long as you've addressed it. So do you consider AI under academic honesty policy?
Yes.
Okay.
And the university is working on some standard language across the university for that too, and how that will be handled in different manners. And looking at it in both a positive,
Right. So we still consider it plagiarism at this point because they're, learning to develop their critical thinking skills. So as long as you have a policy and you're on track with that, I just couldn't locate it. So
Yes.
I appreciate that.
keeping it very much on the radar and knowing it's going to change probably by the time
Right.
the program.
Right. So true. Okay, I could not discern, there's a lot of language about excused versus unexcused absences. So correct me if I'm wrong, 3 PBSs equals a course failure, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so on an excused absence, it sounded like they were endless. You could have for clinical. So you had didactic broken out, very detailed, but I couldn't see and understand on the clinical side how many excused absences. It sounded like they were endless to me as I read through it. Is that not correct, or is that correct?
That wasn't our intent. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd have to look to, if you find the page that you're referring to, and maybe we just need to make it clearer, but no, that would not be an endless.
Excused absences, because
Yeah.
I got to the language about the 3 PBSs, but I just, with the cohort of students that I've seen, and in fact, we have, a cohort of students right now that did all of their prerequisites online during COVID, so they're very weak, very, very weak. And I think you really have to spell things out because they're looking for loopholes. And I've had that experience over the years, but it just seems to be more prevalent now. So I think you really have to spell it out. How many excused absences will they be allowed for, if they don't come to clinical? And then I couldn't, and this may be a St. Mary's policy, but not in the proposal. How many withdraw drops are they allowed? Like, let's say once they get past their prerequisites, they've been accepted into upper division in nursing, how many Ws do they get? Are they allowed?
I'm pretty sure it was 2.
2. Withdraw before the deadline, before it's withdraw fail, right? Like drops, like they maybe get to before the drop date.
So they like withdraw before they get the grade, or withdraw prior to a penalty?
Right. Withdraw with no consequence. How many withdraw with no consequence do they get? I couldn't see that either. And just as a metric, I think a lot of nursing programs use like 6 is the number. And 6, yeah, for withdraw without consequences. Okay, not withdraw fail. So, but it's something to look at.
I'm looking at the drop policy here. So it says students may drop a course up to the end of the W after the 12th week. and then it says refer. So I think we do have to clarify that.
Yeah, I would really recommend you clarify how many withdrawals are you comfortable allowing them to do, because you'll get it. And they'll, and they'll also work the system where they're like, oh, I didn't do so good on the first exam, so I'm gonna drop the course. So within one course, within the program, within their upper division, something to consider. Okay, I'm almost done. Let's see. Just language on the dress code. You said refrain from having visible tattoos. Here again, I think clear language there. Obviously, you're facility specific on that, whether they're required to have them covered or not. But, we see a lot of piercings, a lot of visible piercings. And you were, I think, pretty clear about that, the piercings. But the refrain from, which way? Cover them or don't cover them. So just.
I think we said that they needed to cover them if they were, went against the mission of St. Mary's University.
Or the clinical.
Or obviously the
facility.
clinical. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just that language, that was, let's see, what page number was that on? I think it might have been in the student handbook where it said refrain from. I'll circle back on it, but I think it's in the student handbook where it said refrain. And then on page 295, you required an initial COVID series. This is just, again, food for thought. Employers in Texas, after this fourth special legislative session, there's now a Texas law that says employers cannot require that. So if your facilities aren't requiring it, what does St. Mary's want to do with COVID specifically? So just something to think about, because you may either have students asking for religious or medical exemption, but you also, may have that question, well, why do I have to get the COVID series? Because the employers don't require it. They can't require it.
We will discuss that. Because we do want to follow what with our advisory board. That is actually one of our item agendas on for our next advisory council meeting that we have.
And that's, hot off the press. That just passed.
Okay.
So, it went into effect, I think, 30 days after the fourth special legislative session. That employer requirement in Texas went into effect that they can't mandate it. So, yeah, just something to think about. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ken, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, Madam President. Good morning. My name is Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. I just had a question about your attrition rate, or how you decided your attrition rate for the program. I believe in here it says you had, for the first freshman and sophomore, that it's about a 20% attrition rate. But you start your actual core nursing courses during your junior and senior year portion of the program, correct? And that's only a 10% attrition rate for that. Why would the attrition rate be higher for your core courses like anatomy and physiology and such versus 10% for your actual nursing courses, which are higher level courses?
I'll give that a shot at that. I believe from both of our backgrounds in higher ed, and both coming from institutions that used a very holistic and mission-centered admission, where we are looking at maybe some students that may not have gotten into some other schools, giving them a chance, trying to fulfill that dream that they have of going into healthcare, but knowing that some of those sciences may be a struggle for them. And so we'll be doing a lot of counseling with that, with, looking, is this something you want to continue? Here are some options. But we do want students to, if that is a goal of theirs and they think they can do it, give them the support, give them that chance, but knowing that some of that may not come to fruition.
So for those students that you're talking about, what do you do? Because it's pretty vague in here, or at least I felt it was pretty vague. What do you guys do for retention for those students, program-wise? Maybe not institution-wise, but within the actual program itself. What do you all do or going to do?
Well, we are going to be having, faculty be advisors to our students and meet with students when they get those maybe emerging scores, or if their test scores are less than 78% average, and really be student-centered to meet with them and give them resources even throughout the university. My first nursing education experience was in an LPN program in Chicago, and 90% of the students were first-generation students with, kind of borderline admission, meeting the admission requirements. And we had a great retention. We probably only lost 10% of our students, and 90% of them passed their NCLEX exam. So it's really, doing one-on-one, I don't want to say hand-holding, but we know the demographics of the students that apply to St. Mary's University. And as Dr. Rowland mentioned, we want to give them a chance. So we as faculty are committed to ensuring their success. And, really, we don't want we want to retain them when they're in their junior and senior years. We don't want to tell them at that time that, and that's another reason why, our attrition is higher in the first year of the program, in their freshman year, and they're not even admitted into the nursing program yet. They're admitted we have the actual application to the nursing program in the spring term of their freshman year. So they really are admitted in their sophomore year. So, hopefully the students that aren't strong in the sciences, because if they're not strong in the sciences, they're not going to be successful. So they're probably not going to, even be admitted into the nursing program.
And I think nursing's not going to exist in a vacuum, right? So some of these numbers are indicative of other programs at the institution in STEM and what those retention rates look like. But going back to your question of student support, if you think about San Antonio, we've got a number of school districts around us. I'm not going to name names and talk about who's more resourced or less resourced, but there's some variation there. When they come in, as we talked about mental health and COVID and isolation preparation, we're still seeing remnants of that in the system, and we will for some time. The university has a range of resources, and we are doing more and more, kind of pulling them all together as a one-stop shop, so that you may have things like drop-in on-demand tutoring. You may have peer-led, what we call the PLTL, peer-led team learning. There's the faculty support. So what we're trying to provide a range, and what we do provide, a range of resources, in some case funded by the Department of Education, so that students who come in have every opportunity to succeed. But the reality is some will go on. Some may find that a certain major is not the right one for them, and then it becomes our responsibility to match them up with the right majors. And those are the numbers and resources that we bring to table.
Your initial cohort, you want it to be 35 students. What about your preceding cohorts as you move along? How are you going to increase? Are you
Well,
2 cohorts per year?
We're doing 1 cohort a year, and per the nursing regulations, we can't increase the cohort size until we have our first NCLEX pass rates. And then I think we opted for 25%. We were just discussing this. Increase once we prove that we have positive outcomes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Riddle?
Hi, good morning. Thank you.
Morning.
It's a lot of paperwork, and I appreciate the work that goes in behind the scenes for that. I have one question, and I'm looking at this through the eyes of a senior in high school looking to go to college. And, oh gosh, maybe I want to be a nurse. Maybe I don't. Maybe I want to do something else. And can I apply as a senior in high school to know when I'm admitted to the university, I am in the nursing track, or is there I was a bit unclear, actually. I saw what I thought maybe conflicting information a bit, and maybe it's just my own read. Or is there a jumping off point after X number of credits or after my freshman year, then I get to apply and be considered to the nursing program?
Yeah, it is a two-step process. Okay. So they first get admitted as a student to St. Mary's, but they do check off pre-nursing because then they have to take the anatomy and physiology and the math and the chemistry. Okay. And then we will be, part of the admission criteria is that they get a C in their A&P1 and their math course that they take in their fall semester.
Okay.
And then there's the ATI, the TEAS exam.
Right. That's the way I understood it. What was unclear to me then is who administratively handles that within the university? Is that in your department in nursing, or is that back through the admissions office? And it's probably not as germane to the proposal, except living and teaching in an environment where that occurs, it is a much larger administrative burden than I think any of us recognized or realized. And how, as you're starting a new program in the admissions office and admissions counselors and all of that are unfamiliar with what criteria are or not. And anyway, it might be something, I'm sure you've done a lot of thinking, but just as a thought.
We have actually consulted with our admissions team, and they are totally on board, and they will assist us with the admission process.
That's
when
great.
Students are willing.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and we have a new hire that is actually going to be, recruiting specifically for nursing.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Any other questions?
One more. Any thoughts to an RN-JD bridge program?
Exciting. I'll let you do that.
That's an excellent thought. We have other baccalaureate programs that are paired with the JD. We have got a very strong law school. I'm learning more about it right now as we speak, as I prepare for my new role. But there are so many combinations, whether it's RN-JD, the compliance part of this. So being the kind of campus that we are, very collaborative, very open. We're looking at what's best for the student. And if this proves to be an area that benefits our student body, absolutely.
I have to add, just with collaboration, St. Mary's has been just very welcoming. Donna's been here almost a year, and myself 6 months, but the number of opportunities to collaborate across campus already. People are excited about nursing. Next week, we're talking with our fine arts department about how we can maybe do some music therapy, in a way, art therapy with those with cognitive decline, and bring that into Department of Nursing to look at mindfulness and other ways to do that well-being check with our students and faculty. So yeah, I think the sky's the limit of how we can partner.
Thank you very much. I think that, going back to the fact it's an excellent proposal, and it may seem like we're like, oh my gosh, but I think that as a board, and we've been asked to share, we take that very seriously, and you can see.
And we appreciate all the feedback.
And especially when it's brand new. So we wish you luck. So can I get a motion on agenda item 3.2.6.A?
Yes, Madam President, this is Allison Edwards, and I move to grant initial approval to the St. Mary's University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program in San Antonio, Texas, and impose conditions and requirements in the attached letter and board order, attachment number 1.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison, I second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. We'll now take a vote. Please say your name as you vote and do the board docs. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Darrell Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
excuse me, Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison, Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Allison Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Drew Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4. Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you, and the motion passes. So congratulations and good luck. You've done a lot of work, but now it's really going.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the feedback. I mean, you know, we look at it and there's things that, you know, we start not being able to see.
Yeah, so staff, members, audience, we're off schedule. And right now, we're supposed to be taking a break, and we haven't done our 10:15, so we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we will come back at 10:50 and start with Palo Alto College in San Antonio, Texas, Associate Degree Nursing Education Program, 3.2.6.B. We'll move on now to agenda item 3.2.6.B, consideration of proposal to establish a new nursing education program, Palo Alto College in San Antonio, Associate Degree Nursing. So under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Palo Alto College to establish a new nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Palo Alto College will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. The persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. If you are addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. So will the representatives of Palo Alto College Nursing Education Program raise their right hand and be sworn in? If you'll please stand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. So the board now recognizes Beverly Skloss. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Palo Alto College is proposing to establish a new associate degree nursing education program at their new Southside Education and Training Center in San Antonio, Texas, to begin in the fall of 2024 with 30 students. Palo Alto College, a public community college, is part of the Alamo Colleges District and was founded in 1985 as a federally designated Hispanic serving institution. The college serves a primarily first-generation, under-resourced student population and enrolls over 10,000 students annually. The proposed associate degree nursing education program will be the first public nursing program offered on the south side of San Antonio. Palo Alto College has been accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges to award associate level degrees since 1987. Palo Alto College received approval from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to offer an associate degree nursing program on September the 8th, 2022. After receiving support from the president of Palo Alto College, Dr. Robert Garza, approvals were sought and received from the College Curriculum Committee, the Alamo College's Curriculum Council, and the Alamo College's District Board of Trustees. Donna Wallace, MBA, MSN, RN, developed the proposal and is the identified program director. Ms. Wallace has more than 30 years' experience as a professional nurse in a variety of healthcare settings. She served more than 12 years as a nursing education administrator. The rationale for the new ADN program is in response to the nationwide nursing shortage, the growing demand for nurses in the San Antonio area, and Palo Alto's commitment to serving the educational needs of San Antonio's South Side community. Palo Alto College notified other nursing programs in the area, and all responses were positive. The nursing program includes prerequisites and is a 24-month program with 60 semester credit hours. The proposal exhibits clinical contracts with University Health and Methodist Healthcare System in the San Antonio area. Courses will be delivered in a hybrid format. Our video review of the facilities reveals modern facilities with ample classrooms, skills laboratories, and resources to meet the needs of the program. Now I would ask that the college representatives introduce themselves and share their vision for the proposed program.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Robert Garza, and I am fortunate to serve as the president of Palo Alto College.
Good morning. My name is Delilah Marquez, and I am blessed to serve as the interim vice president for student success.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Patrick Lee. I'm the vice president for academic success at Palo Alto College.
Good morning. I'm Donna Wallace, the new Executive Director of Palo Alto College's ADN program. And I just wanted to start by telling you how much I appreciate the staff and the board and your time and thoughtful consideration and patience during this exciting journey. I especially wanted to thank Dr. Ayers and Dr. Donnelly, who couldn't be here today. I value their expertise and generosity of their time beyond, what words can express. I also want to thank Dr. Melanie Brady, who this is the 1 week that she had a commitment for over a year and she cannot be here. She is my first full-time faculty and a very experienced nurse educator as well. I want to thank Dr. Garza, Vice President Lee, Interim Vice President Marquez for their outstanding leadership and support for nursing. Additionally, back in San Antonio, the entire PAC campus would be here if they could. Everyone's supporting nursing, and I can give you a great example of that in just a bit. I just wanted to share more of my vision. This is what Dr. Ayers had asked that I do, and then I can answer specific questions for all of you. My education and nursing education were life-changing and awe-inspiring. I'm going to bring this to the South Side that's underserved. I have a passion for this. Nursing education provided opportunities and ventures and provided me the foundation to become the servant leader that I am today. My nurse educators throughout my career inspired and empowered me to be a good critical thinker, but be grounded in integrity. This experience prepared me for my exciting first direct patient care job, and the foundation prepared me for success to serve my community. And I am, at heart, a community college educator. I love the community and never want to forget the struggles and the obstacles it takes for first generation and non-traditional students and underserved to get an education to change their lives. The PAC mission, the Palo Alto mission, is to inspire, empower, and educate our community for leadership and success. What a perfect match for a nursing program. Alamo Colleges has a vision to be the best in the nation in student performance and performance excellence. This is one of the reasons I selected this community college to extend my career. My vision is to honor the Alamo vision and the Palo Alto mission. The nursing curriculum is guided by safety, is holistic, and grounded in integrity, so we will be known as trustworthy fiscal stewards, and protect our patients and community to align with the Board of Nursing mission. Palo Alto's nursing program will change lives. Through collaboration with our community and clinical partners, we'll be both accountable and responsible to the Board of Nursing and the professional nursing rules. Nursing is a noble career, and Palo Alto's nursing program will provide an essential role to improve low educational attainment in the area, eliminate or reduce poverty, and increase social mobility, thus modifying two social determinants of health, education, and economic stability. Nursing education at Palo Alto will improve access to quality care and healthcare outcomes. As many of you might know, the one hospital serving the area closed down as of May the 1st of last year. We're in the middle of a service area that has great deficits and needs. Palo Alto nursing will change lives in San Antonio, South Bexar County, and beyond. Palo Alto nursing is committed to safety and excellence with an evidence-based foundation to develop critical thinking and intellectual curiosity inspired by innovation. The Palo Alto nursing vision is to be the associate degree nursing program of choice for students, faculty, staff, employers, and the community. Our nursing students will honor the sacred space of healthcare and education to serve humanity with integrity.
Thank you. Someone else like to speak?
Yes, lessons learned from the first session, right, from administration.
Yes.
So we are paying attention. So my name is Robert Garza. I'm fortunate to serve as the president at Palo Alto College. And, Donna's words are moving of how nursing has impacted her life and the passion that she has. Well, I will tell you that at Palo Alto College, we have a passion for what we call care and corazon. You simply got to care about people, and you have to have the heart to want to help people. I've served Palo Alto College since 1999. So I tell folks I grew up there. My children grew up at Palo Alto College since they were babies, and navigated through a great movement that we've seen on the south side of San Antonio. Donna touched on a lot of the points that I normally talk about, is that we are located in the highest poverty rate of Bexar County, and we're also located in the lowest educational attainment rate of Bexar County. Out of the 7 feeder high schools that go into Palo Alto College, not one has a 50% college going rate. The lowest one used to be 32%, and then they went up to about 35%, which means that 6.5 out of 10 students simply do not go to college. So we've implemented programs like Alamo Promise, where we guarantee public, private, charter schools, homeschool, GED. If you graduate in any one of those areas, you can go to Palo Alto College or any of the Alamo colleges at no cost of tuition and fees, which is really a big deal. We also have what's called Alamo Books, where we actually cover the textbooks for the students as well. So talk about leaving college with zero debt. That's really a big deal and game changer for us. However, with that said, I must point out, because I did take an oath and I want to be transparent, is that there are special program fees, unfortunately, that are not covered. And so since they're not covered at this time, we've also looked for external. And we already have our first, we haven't even started the program, we already have our first $100,000 gift. And I think I can go ahead and say it. From Citibank, who's actually committed to helping nursing students. And those dollars will actually go to sponsor 2 scholarships so that those students will have no cost of tuition and fees as they're navigating through. We are also fortunate recipients of Mackenzie Scott. So I'm hoping you all have heard of Mackenzie Scott donations. Well, Palo Alto College was identified and received as a community college a $20 million gift. And so as college president, I could say, let's go spend that money, which I was very tempted to do. But we didn't do that. We put it in endowment because this is a gift that needs to keep on giving for generations to come. And so we allocated out of that gift $4 million to go to high-wage, high-demand jobs, which nursing is one, dental hygiene, and our new welding program. Those are the 3 identified programs in our high-wage, high-demand jobs to navigate helping students and helping the program. So this is in addition to our current operating budget. So we're really, really invested. We've invested $23 million in a Southside Education Training Center, specifically to work on nursing. So we're really excited about that. The facility is already built and running, so we don't have to wait. So we are ready to go. I will tell you that Donna had mentioned this. We also had the recent closing of the Vista Hospital, which used to be Southwest Hospital in South San Antonio. Probably about 80% of our population probably was born through that hospital in the South Side. And then they did a rebrand to Texas Vista, and then they closed. And when they closed, it was not only a shock value to our community, but everybody was starting to ask questions about, okay, now where do I go? Particularly when you don't have health care. We're very fortunate that the University Hospital has invested and will be building a brand new hospital actually adjacent to our property on Zarzamora Street. And fortunate enough, it is called Palo Alto Hospital. So it's not our hospital, but it is called Palo Alto Hospital. We will link that as much as we can. But at the end of the day, it is definitely an opportunity for us to work with our community in a very, very profound way to help bring in nurses into our community and throughout the state. And I wouldn't, I'd be remiss to tell you that one is I want to thank each and every one of you for what you do. I'm going into surgery next month, and I will tell you that when I have surgery, and I've done this before, is the last person that I see when I go under is the nurse, and the first person that when I wake up is the nurse. And so I will tell you that we are very appreciative of the work that you do on a personal note. But I also will tell you that on a personal note, my wife and I have a family friend. We've been together since we were 17 years old, and our family friend decided to go to nursing school in her 40s. And so this was a opportunity for her to change not only her life, but then also the life of her family, because she also grew up in a place of poverty, just as we did. And we were kind of navigating those waters together. And I will tell you that she has become an RN, registered nurse, and she's been doing that now for almost 10 years. And it brings the joy. And she tells us the joy of the stories that she's had with families and patients. And that prompted, and that's one of the reasons why we developed what's called Educate South, where we believe that college starts at birth. And so we look to partner with hospitals so that we can have conversations with the family at the earliest of ages about their child going to school. And not just K through 12, but going to college. And so when you're in a area for which we live, that's meaningful because between that time and all the way to that student graduates through up to Alamo Promise, those conversations may not have been had. And once they're had, like their senior year or 2 months before they graduate from high school, it's too late. So we have been very intentional. We have baby caps that we give out to new parents. We have bibs that we give out to new parents. We have a coloring book about Primo and Prima. Those are our mascots. Go to college so that students can start coloring about different professions and occupations that we have to have those conversations. And you know, I can tell you if Chuck E. Cheese can remember my kids have one birthday at Chuck E. Cheese and they'll remember you forever, I don't understand why we can't. So, and talk about college. But I probably taken more time that you were looking for, but I did want to let you know the administration and the community is 1,000,000% behind this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Someone else?
So I'll really partially, I apologize for my voice. I'm kind of getting my allergies and my voice keeps breaking. partially reiterate what Dr. Garza said. So I've been at Palo Alto College for 21 years. And at Palo Alto, I've served in many roles. I started as a mathematics faculty member and the department chair. I was faculty senate president for many years. I served as interim dean for career and technical education, dean for arts and sciences, and now as vice president for academic success. And I can personally attest to the fact that it's been a very long dream of the faculty, staff, and administration, and all of the Palo Alto College faculty, and all of the community on the south side of San Antonio to bring a nursing program to Palo Alto College to serve the students of the south side of San Antonio, as well as all of San Antonio and the surrounding areas. So it's been, as I said, a dream, and we're very thankful for the opportunity to be here to present to you our program and discuss our program, and hopefully bring that dream to a reality. So thank you.
Thank you, and good morning again. My name is Delilah Marquez, and currently serving as the Interim Vice President for Student Success at Palo Alto College. It's just a wonderful opportunity to be here in front of the Board of Nursing and really echo many of the sentiments of our President, Dr. Robert Garza, and the wonderful colleagues that I work alongside. Primarily, my responsibilities, or actually, let me just take 2 steps back. I had a unique opportunity to join Palo Alto College in my journey in 2016. And so I come from 16 years of nonprofit and social service sector. So coming into higher education and really blending the lens of social service and higher ed was not only really fortunate to do that, but also pioneer and spearhead many of the advocacy services that began in 2016 when I began my journey at Palo Alto College. So currently, we fast forward 7 years, I've served in a director role to support services, student services outside of the classroom. So sometimes those challenges that they face to help keep them focused, persist, and complete in the classroom, that is where I oversee and really is the hub of the umbrella to support students, and currently now serving as the vice president. So for services, not only seen from the recruitment side, but the intake, the application, but the completion, and also the transform into going into their next journey. And so currently, our advocacy center not only serves all of our students, but also is available to help orient our frontline staff as well as our faculty so that they are very familiar and aware of those services that are provided to our students. Because we do know that our first time in college students definitely is the faculty is the first face that they will see and meet. So my primary role is to ensure that we are oriented and we support not only our staff and faculty, but also those students as well as our nursing students.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to talk about the program specifically, or did you want us to start asking questions, or?
Whatever your preference is. Overall, the program was designed based on the community enrollment, the needs, the feedback from our advisory committee and surveys. And I can tell you that over half of our students are single parents. So the curriculum overall is designed to be completed in 24 months or less, 20 months if they're prerequisite complete. But the way I did the scheduling and design, in my experience, pharmacology was the hardest class. And I wanted to create a sense of retention and a plan to guide students to be successful. So in our first semester, in the second 8 weeks, we start out with pharmacology and skills. And this was with intent to provide a good foundation and then a confidence building course to build camaraderie and teamwork through skills, and then progress through the next 4 semesters. The actual schedule was built primarily on a 4-day week plan. And I needed to make sure that I ensure in my day, my nursing faculty said, you can't work and go to school. Well, that's not the reality of today. People are non-traditional, or they have children, or they support their extended families, and they have obligations. So I made the schedule Monday through Thursday with the opportunity for those that need to work possibly on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And this was with intent, and that's it in a nutshell. But I wanted to start out with the hardest class, with a confidence building class, and then integrate that knowledge into concepts and build on the foundation, such as similar to Maslow's hierarchy. You still have to have a good foundation to be successful, and then, put it into more of a critical thinking, comprehensive type question, ready them for next generation type questions.
Thank you. And thank you for that overview. We appreciate it. Are there any questions?
Yes, Madam President. Good morning, good afternoon, actually. So first thing I noticed, just on a quick run through, you're an ADN program, or your proposals for an ADN program. Baccalaureate prepared nurses know the two areas that ADNs don't get that makes them a BSN is public health and leadership. And what do I see as one of the textbooks is strength finders. So, and it was in your skills course that you added strength finders. So I have to applaud you on that, because you're already starting to have them think about where their strengths are, that hopefully they'll go on to get their BSN, right? So, so that was really a nice, refreshing discovery. On your clinical evaluation tool, by the way, is quite succinct. I like it. The metric is great, but you need a preceptor signature. Now, if your faculty is going to be that person with the students, that's one thing. But is there a preceptor model that you're thinking about using at all?
So I'll answer strength finders first, and then I'll get into preceptors. So the purpose of strength finders, it's a something that was successful in my business background and as a professional to enhance communication and collaboration, and as an icebreaker. So it really helps with not just learning your visual or auditory or tactile style, but it will enhance what our employers and primary clinical partners are saying is lacking in professionalism and communication. So this will be a good first step to learn what this looks like and what it means to be integrated throughout the curriculum. So number two, we are not using a true preceptor model, like say in the last semester that many ADN programs do. And there's a very good reason for this. So I visited with our clinical partners and partners that are under development with MOUs right now. And the reality is that there are not enough qualified preceptors. I know, as y'all are familiar, there are 26 other, and today hopefully it'll be 28, new nursing programs in the San Antonio area. And to have a good learning experience with people that have mastered their entry-level practice to an extent that they can share that knowledge successfully with others doesn't really exist right now. So in the future, I will be writing something and a plan to use a preceptor model, but at the moment, those resources are not there. And I've been in San Antonio almost 15 years, and I know the clinical partners in addition to Methodist and University. And it's taxing because, as y'all all know, it's not just nurses that are on the floor. It's physical therapists, respiratory, nurse aides, and you want to make sure you have a good experience for your student, not just a thing. So we're going to have a great focus on transition to practice in the very last semester and successfully get those students with people that have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to provide them what they need and should have.
Thank you for that. So you mentioned your demographic, having many of them being single parents, possibly working. So my biggest concern for this proposal is your attendance policy. And I'd already made notes about it, and the absence policies, it really needs to be much more specific. You talk about excessive absences, but it's not defined. So I think you talk about tardiness and you give a numerical 15 minutes, right? So that's great. But I think you're going to have to really consider tightening up your attendance policy, being very specific about how many excessive absences they're allowed.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I was taking that to our advisory committee because our clinical partners are there, for tardiness, yes. And we're contemplating between 10% and 15% right now of the actual clinical hours. So we're taking that to our advisory committee.
Good. Thank you. My last question is on page 22, which is 194 of the proposal, but 22 your document. You have your academic honesty policy. You need to use some AI language. That'd be my recommendation on that.
That's another excellent question. Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
So that's an excellent point. So our college and district AI policy was under review, and that was sent to Dr. Ayers after the original submission proposal, and there should be a hyperlink. It might not work on y'all's version, but a hyperlink to the college and district policies on AI. In addition, our leadership team just noted that we're all going to put a specific statement in about use of AI or if it's specifically allowed in some special task. So it will delineate what is permitted and what is not permitted.
Good. That's good. And I think you and the other schools will find it helpful that we are reviewing a position statement today about AI. So if you're going to stay, and if not, maybe go look at the minutes for the board after. The position statement's very well written, and it may give you some guidance when you're thinking about AI. Thank you.
Excuse me, any other questions? Anyone? Okay.
Good morning. Yeah, still morning. Thanks for the time you put in for the proposal. I have one question. This is about sustainability, and it's specifically related to the budget. And I noticed that 80% of the director salary is grant funded for years 1 and 2. And maybe I missed it, so correct me if I didn't see it. But is that hard money? Is that soft money? And what happens at year 3 if the grant is no longer there and then the leadership salary situation may change?
Very good question. So I think that the way that it's framed is grant funded, but it's actually endowment money that's from our McKinsey Scott, which is set aside and it's the untouchable, right? But I will let you know that our institution is fully funded 100% with hard money. So if, let's say, the market doesn't do as well as we hope it would, we do have operational dollars that will already cover 100%.
Great, thank you very much.
And did you, Kathy, have anything?
Madam President, I have a
Okay.
question. Good morning. Ken Johnson, I represent LVN Education. I just had a question. Given the population that you're serving as far as students, and you know that they're first-time college students or first-generation college students, many of them are single parents. It was very vague, or at least I felt it was vague in this policy or in your proposal. What are you going to do to ensure retention for these students?
We didn't pay you to ask this question, but this is probably all of us are going to want to say something. First and foremost, you may or may not know that Palo Alto College was recognized as Aspen as the #2 community college in the United States working with our population, students that start with us tend to stay with us, tend to graduate, tend to go into those high-wage, high-demand jobs, or into those four-year institutions. And so when I say number 2 in the United States, it's not the city of San Antonio, it's not the county, it's not the state, it's the country. So we tend to do it better than most. And I think that that's also one of the reasons why we got recognized by McKinsey Scott for those dollars for which we did not apply. We got a phone call. Well, we got an email and then a phone call. And so then we kind of navigate through that. I'm going to turn it over to Delilah, who will also talk about the advocacy, the Ray Ellison Family Center, child drop-in, a lot of the support services that we're talking about that we know are critical to our student success. And I'm going to tell you that Palo Alto College does it different. If you stop coming, and I'm going to say that we're probably still the only college that does this in the country. If you stop coming to our school, we go to your home. We go and knock on your door and say, hey, we noticed that you stopped coming to class, or we noticed that something's going on. Is there something that we can do to help you? Most colleges and universities just say, well, that's just one person that left. We don't. We want to know why. We want to know how we can help. We want to kind of navigate the best way that we can. And I will tell you that when you go to somebody's home, all those walls, they start to come down because they have the opportunity to close the door on you. And so when we go and we visit students, it's very intentional. We do things a little bit different. We have some incentivizing. If you finish on time, one of our students at graduation also drives away with a brand new car. So we also have some things in mind of how we can help. And we say that because we also know that transportation is one of the biggest challenges our community serves. So I'm going to turn it over to Delilah to also talk about some of the support services.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. And so I'll reference back to what I shared earlier, which is the Student Advocacy Center. Also to mention that we were recipients of the National Family U Seal recognition, and that's for the programming specific for our student parents. And as we learn, post-pandemic, and also still a little bit in there, but we know that the needs of the students and every student is very unique. And so not only does our data tell us in the direction that we need to go, but also those conversations that we have with our students, helping us to understand in the programming that we need to build. And so within our advocacy center, as I mentioned, we are not only a Family U Seal recognized recipient, but also a national model. So we have other institutions who are still calling us today to see how did we build that foundation. And really what we did is, what Palo Alto did was listen to the needs of the students. So through a student survey back in 2016 really was the request of an advocacy center to help support those services. And so what we've done currently now is not only offer just the traditional child care services Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, but we've also just been received the approval to provide drop-in child care, and that's on-site. So this is for students who may have to come in and speak to a faculty member, or maybe take an exam, perhaps work with a study group, or stop by the advocacy center to meet with one of our personal health counselors, or just pick up a bag of groceries, because we do provide those services to help those insecurities with food, housing, and clothing, as well as connect our students with career navigators. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say I too am a first-generation student. I am a proud PAC alum, and who better to say that Palo Alto College helped me get to where I am today, to be able to not only support the nursing program, but also our students, and be a productive citizen of my community.
Madam President, I have a quick question. For President Garza, I've been following the news regarding the high school closures in South San Antonio. How will that impact your admissions?
So it's a great question. In fact, that is not only in South San Antonio, but that is all of San Antonio. In fact, San Antonio ISD, which is not necessarily located in the South, probably Highlands, but they actually feed one of our sister colleges, probably had the most closures out of all of them. I will tell you that we are a big proponent of early college and dual credit. So those high schools that actually are having closures, we have partnerships with them in dual credit and early college high school. Southwest ISD this semester in the spring, they have a cast STEM magnet school. We are actually working with them. They actually have a standalone building at our college now. And so we have freshman high school students coming to our campus, as well as sophomores, juniors, seniors, all the way until they graduate from high school. And so we've been navigating with our superintendents, the 7 superintendents of the South, to see how we can navigate and how we can partner. And what we're finding and what we're also advocating is that we could really be the hub. So a lot of it has to do with finance. A lot of it has to do with generations. The folks that are my age tend to stay and not move, and the children are leaving and they're not coming back. Or if they want to come back, there's simply no housing available for them because grandpa and grandma and mom and dad has stayed in the community, and they're not selling their homes. And so we have been working very intentionally with our ISDs to talk about streamlining academic access or college access, how we can be the hub. So we're trying to save them dollars so that they can navigate in different ways. For instance, welding is one example. Well, why should all 7 high schools have a welding program? We've got the welding program at Palo Alto College, and you can send all 7 high schools to Palo Alto College instead of hiring 7 faculty members, 7 rooms of square footage that you're losing, et cetera. But we are very intentional kind of navigating that. In addition to that, the dual credit in early college is also tuition and fees exempt. So students that are coming in as high school students and as early as freshmen in early college do not pay tuition and fees, and neither do their parents, all the way up until they graduate. So it's also a cost-free mechanism for them. So we're very extremely intentional, and we need programs like this that give well above a living wage. So not only in our healthcare desert, but if we're going to really change poverty, we need to have employment opportunities for our community members so that they can stay in our community. Because if we don't have those, they're going to leave and they may never come back.
Excellent, thank you.
In light of the latest laws, as Dr. Edwards pointed out earlier, are you going to continue to require the COVID vaccine with no exemptions granted?
So at the time that proposal was written was, several months ago, and both of our clinical partners, with the ones we have MOUs with, required it because our students are not employees. We're guests in their facilities, but we will revisit that because I have representatives from university and Methodist on our advisory board, so we're going to discuss that again. Yes, it's open to revision.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
I think I'm going to go to Palo Alto College.
Yeah. Well,
I have
Try to
been
get
a
a free
student, Dusty. I took one class there once. It was a beautiful campus, and that was a long time ago.
I've been an educator for a long time, and I can tell you that, reinforcing what you're saying, students can get help for tuition and fees, but they can't get needing milk and formula and gas in their car. And so I love what you're saying that you're doing, is some of those things, for whatever reason, they couldn't do their shift and they don't have that money, and those resources have to be there for them to be able to do that. And they don't have a family structure. It doesn't mean family doesn't care about them and doesn't love them or whatever, but they don't have that extra dollar either to help. So having those things available, and they know that they can drop in for that. And I love that because I have always encouraged, when sometimes students needed to be on Medicare and any kind of welfare they could get, I said, that's okay. This is temporary. You pay it forward. And one of these days, you're going to be paying taxes and you're going to be able to do things and help those others, that are struggling. And I think that's, what community's for. So thank you for those things that you said. So if there are no further questions, can I get a motion on agenda item 3.2.6B?
This is Allison Edwards, and I will move to grant initial approval to Palo Alto College to establish a new associate degree nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas, and impose the conditions, requirements in the attached letter and board orders. See attachment number 1.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Maisie Jamison, a second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4, and Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you, and the motion passes, so congratulations. We wish you well. That's great. Okay, so I suggest that we go to lunch. And the reason I say that is because at 12 o'clock, the little cafeteria downstairs goes crazy. And if we get down there pretty quick, we can get in line a little faster so we can get back to start on time. And I think that we could probably, you think we can come back at 12:30? Guys, that's 50 minutes. What are you thinking? We're good? Okay. So try to be back by 12:30. We'll go ahead and get started, and I don't know if we want to do this, Jolene's?
Probably not, because there were a bunch of items clustered with that one.
Okay. Okay, we can talk about the National Council. Yeah, mid-year. Okay, so if you're following along, 5.2.2 Nursing Practice Advisory Committee doesn't have any report. So that one's out. And we're going to go to 5.3.1A, appointment of board members to attend National Council mid-year meeting to be held in March in Atlanta. And so National Council gives us a waiver on 2 people to come. And this is always so the NLC meeting is on Monday. And so Chris is the representative for that. And I usually go as well, so I can kind of see what's happened with National Council since I'm going anyway. And then that Tuesday is where EOs and presidents meet and work on leadership and everything, for all the boards. So all the presidents are there and the EOs, hopefully. And then there's another day and a half that is about National Council, what they're doing legislatively, what's happening, and just all of the policies and all that they have, and what's happening with the next gen, and just kind of an overview. And so what I've been trying to do since I've been president is rotate everybody through, and we don't have a lot of budget, and some boards like Arkansas, my daughter, I was very privileged, my daughter, I encouraged her when she was faculty at Harding University in the School of Pharmacy to apply to their board, and she was on their board for 4 years. But the Arkansas board will take 6 or 7 people, and I don't know how their budget, as opposed to our budget or whatever, but we've never taken that many. We just have stayed under. And so our ways are paid waiver, and I'd ask Melissa if she wanted to go, and so she's still working on that with her work, being able to go. And then Maisie, but Maisie has a conflict, so Maisie
So I've just tried to rotate through. Everybody's been, except our newest people. And so Maisie's going to be on the list for annual, and sometimes we can get a little bit of others in. And then Dr. Hooper is usually there because she's on the leadership succession. And we've always tried to have some kind of officers or something, or some committees to have people there. Did we think a couple of others?
So Elise McDermott will also attend the Wednesday and Thursday. And this is a little premature, but I think it's safe to share that Tony Diggs and Danny Green are going to be invited to participate in a panel. We had a meeting yesterday with a psychologist that NCSBN has been working with over the past years, and they were very, very interested in the evaluations that we request and sometimes require to determine competency to practice. So yay for that. So there will be a lot of Texans at this meeting.
So that's going to be good. And then National Council is really good to offer some funds. So we get the two for Chris and I, and then when we do that, we think we can get Melissa's and Elise's, we're hoping, and then Tony's group should be paid for them. So it's going to be good, and we'll have good representation there. So I don't remember if it's a voting item or if it's just I think it's just a talking. Yeah, so it's just an information only. So, so we'll be bringing information back. Do you want to do this one? Okay, so we'll go to 5.3.2, Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee.
Board members, this will be really brief. The advisory committee has not met since our last board meeting. They are planning to meet again in February, and the main item of business that they're working on right now is getting all of the education reports ready to bring to the committee for approval. And our education staff works super closely with their staff. These are the reports that speak to enrollment, graduation, faculty positions, faculty shortage, from pre-licensure VN all the way up through doctoral programs. So it's a huge project, but I'll bring you more of a report next meeting and share, once they post the final reports on their website, share that with you.
Thank you. And now we'll move to 5.3.3, Texas Health and Human Services Commission eHealth Advisory Committee. And so Elise was on that before, and then I've been on it. And so what this committee does, so we had a meeting December 4th, and in October, they had an educational offering. It was really, really good because it's about telemed, telehealth, telemonitoring, and they have three committees: interoperability, so the alignment of what's happening in our eHealth in the state, and then how the telemed and all has come in. And, you know, if you think about it, that's not something we were doing a long time ago. And then when COVID hit, and we did it a lot. But now there's still not a good communication in all the areas. And so this is from the Commissioner of Health and Human Services. And so this is a committee from the commissioner for us to do. And we have to answer to the legislature every 2 years in a big report. And then on the odd years, we have to send information. So it's like looking, and this is how some of the statutes will come in the laws, depending on what's happening. But the overall is that they're trying to get the different, especially like the measures and the quality measures in clinics versus hospitals. They're really not communicating, you know, our EHRs as well. And it's just trying to get all of that better and then let everybody know what resources are out there, and there are a lot. And so they did this first education in October, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, this is so good. But it was just for staff of legislators, and then our committee, and kind of a closed group, not intentionally
closed, like leaving people out, but just not sure who all to get it out to. And it was just so good about everything that's out there. They're going to try to have it, I mean, it was recorded, and see if they could have it where it could be seen by more. And they haven't told us that information yet. So it's interoperability, and then the telemed, telehealth, telemonitoring, and then behavioral health. Because the local mental health authorities and the hospitals don't EHR well together either, and you'd think they would, and how important that would be from the health authorities. But this is just a big project. There's so many different systems. And so we'll have another meeting in March, and I'll just let you know, and I'll let you know if I ever get a link to something that could do that, because it was like a 2.5, 3 hour, very informative, I thought. And this committee has over 20 people in it, and it is every discipline, and these are really people, high-level heads of programs and all that are there really sharing their information. So it's a good resource for us. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we'll go to 5.2.3, task force to study implication of growth for Texas nursing education programs. Elise.
Madam President and board members, so this is an informational item only. So as many of you know, the current charge to the task force is to begin planning the 2024 summit. So we last met at the end of July. At that point, we had a plan to have this summit be a 2-day experience, 1 full day the first day, 1 half day the second day. And the idea would be that we would use a World Cafe fashion again. So kind of how that has boiled down since then, working hard on that agenda and what the World Cafe questions would look like. It'll be 2 days. The first day, we'll start off kind of education related. There'll be a presentation from Nurse Tim that'll talk about some of the issues in nursing education. There'll be a panel that'll talk about partnerships between academic and practice. And then we'll break out into World Cafe style. So that means that all the participants will be at different tables. Luckily, our wonderful Sierra is great at helping us figure out how all of these tables interact with one another so that nobody gets the questions twice. But a lot of the discussion will be from the point of view at that point between education practice and the workforce, looking at those educational issues. In the afternoon, we'll have a speaker that's going to talk about AI in nursing education and nursing practice, and then we'll have a panel that'll talk about healthcare innovative delivery. And then break back out into the World Cafe, discuss all of that, all of the practice, new developments, technology, and how that can come from education practice and the workforce. And then on the second day, we'll have Pam Lauer that'll talk about the state of the state. We'll have somebody, Beth Ulrich, that'll talk about transition to practice. And then we'll have a panel that will discuss workplace violence, retention, burnout, wellness, those types of things. And then we'll have another World Cafe to discuss all of those issues. So in January, we met with the task force. They approved the agenda, allowing us some room to fill in those places. We had one presentation back out, so filling in on all of those. And then they started working on the questions. So really kind of trying to think of what are going to be some great questions to get action items out of everybody at the summit. So we're working on those and finalizing those, and invitations should go out into February, beginning of March. Any questions?
That's great. So it's really going to be 2 days now instead of a day and a half?
It's a day and a half. The second day will end at noon.
And tell us that date again. Is it like a Monday and Tuesday?
It's a Monday, Tuesday, April 22nd, 23rd.
And I just want to emphasize what Elise said about, the questions. They're they're very intentional, and they're aimed to really drive at solutions. Because we can all definitely come up with all the issues, right? But now we're going to try to make sure that the conversations stay focused on action items. Elise, thank you. You've done an amazing job, and your team has done an amazing job, especially Sierra, who is an operational master.
Yes.
Yeah, because, and she alluded to it, but, the tables are, the rotations are designed so you have a diverse group at each conversation. and then they rotate to another discussion, and you want to make sure they don't duplicate or, it's very complicated.
Yes. Very intricate wedding reception planning.
It's always good that there are people that do that, which I'm not one of those. So that is great. Great to have that help. Okay, so is NCSBN, I think they were at the last summit. Some of them came from.
They were, and I don't think that they're going to have the opportunity to be with us this time.
Oh, okay. That's too bad. Okay, let's see. Oh, we're still gonna get. Yeah, that's what I was just, okay, this is Beverly, 3.2.4.C, Rio Grande Valley College and Far Texas ADN program. And you can see on here that all of these survey visits are on the consent, but that you can talk about why we pulled it, why we're doing this.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Before I give the survey report, I wanted to talk a little bit about our review process and how we do a survey visit and what we do for these and the value to both the consultant and the program. So there are 11 survey visit reports on the board agenda. There's 8 virtual and there's 3 face-to-face visits. Programs that are on warning, so if they're on full approval with warning, they receive a face-to-face visit, so we go there in person. New programs in operation may receive a face-to-face visit in that first year that they're open and have students. Routine survey visits that are just on our routine every 6 years, those are typically held virtually. Every once in a while we do one face-to-face, but most of them are virtual now, which works really well. We get to interact, we use Teams or we use the school's, virtual platform. So next I want to talk about the consultant's planning process for the visits. First, we set a date, of course, and when everybody will be available, which includes the program director, the faculty, the students, and the administration of the program or of the school. We agree on a visit schedule. We have an agenda, and this can be anywhere from 1 to 3 days, depending on what we're looking at. Sometimes we will do, if they have an associate degree program and a VN program, we might do those visits at the same time, even though we meet with people, at different times. We meet with this faculty here and, the VN, ADN, whatever. Sometimes we meet with them together. It depends on if they have one director over the program. And then the program submits documents, a lot of documents to us we request, okay? It's quite a list. We send a list of documents we need to review prior to the visit. I like to have these at least 3 weeks in advance to be able to go over them and understand the program and the curriculum and all that they're doing. So for a virtual visit, like I said, the program provides the meeting setup and invitations for each session. We use things like Teams, Google Meets, Zoom, and so forth. For face-to-face visits, the consultant suggests a schedule for meetings. So, face-to-face provides you a much richer and collegial visit. I've done some of both in this past year, and it's always nice to be able to go to a program and look at the facilities, because what we typically do in a virtual, as far as the facilities review, they send us a video, and so we review that video, which a lot of them do very good. They do very good videos. It's nice, you can see everything. So, and then the consultants prepare questions. So after we review documents, then we'll have questions about different things in their curriculum or their policies or, and of course, we're looking at Rule 214 for VN programs and Rule 215 for RN programs. So the visit then ensues. Our writing continues. Most of us like to have a shell of a board report that we take with us, when we go to that visit or when we do that visit, because after we've reviewed documents. And then we have the survey visit report. That's the board report that comes to you that you see on your agenda today. So the report and recording of the visit become a historical document, and People can go online on our website and pull those up and look at those documents. Both types of visits, face-to-face and virtual, provide an opportunity for the consultant and the program to gain a clearer perspective of the program. So that, in a nutshell, is what we do and how we go about it. There's a lot more to it. It usually takes anywhere from 30 to 40 hours of preparation time before we ever start a visit. That's pretty much the average, if I remember correctly. So the visit I'm presenting today is an example of an outcome. It's a regular survey visit that I completed to Rio Grande Valley College in Pharr, Texas, which is right next to Edinburgh and McAllen in the Rio Grande Valley. Okay, right. Okay, so this is a report of that virtual survey visit, and it was conducted in September. It was 3 days, and I did both I'm going to just talk about the associate degree, the RN program today, but I completed a survey visit of both programs, the VN and the ADN, over these 3 days. And Mr. Joel Ramos, MSN RN, has served as their program director since February of 2022. He also served as faculty prior to that. At the time of the visit, there was 1 full-time faculty, 8 part-time faculty, and the director teaching in the program. And the director identified during this survey visit, because we talked about what would be the ideal number of full-time faculty. We always look at that. You know, they have enough faculty, but they need more full-time faculty because they seem to be more committed when they're full-time. So ideally, he said they would have 6 full-time faculty. So 5 part-time positions would be converted to full-time positions, and they're working on that now. We stay in close contact about it, and Dr. Hooper and I have had some conversations with them. There were 123 students enrolled at the time of the visit, with 35 scheduled to graduate in December of 2023. Cohorts were admitted in January, May, and September of last year. The program is taught face-to-face, both didactic and clinical. So there's no hybrid for this program. Students were positive about the program, including the clinical experiences, the structure of the program, and the abundance of learning resources that they have. They were very complimentary of the director and faculty, using words such as passionate, supportive, and that the faculty was concerned about student success. And that's always nice to hear when you're doing a survey visit. Students were very positive. So during the exit interview at the end of the survey visit, we discussed the NCSBN evidence-based quality indicators for nursing education programs, and the quality indicators recognized for RGV College were strong administrative support. It was very evident, and Mr. Ramos works closely with the college president, the director of compliance, the executive director for instruction, curriculum, and new programs, and Dr. Palomo Rodriguez, who's the CEO, has extensive experience in education. Faculty are dedicated, are positive role models for students, readily available, clinically competent, as evidenced by feedback from the students and their credentials and qualifications. Course content was appropriate to the role expectations of the graduate, which would be the DEX, which is the differentiated essential competencies, and they were incorporated into the curriculum as evidenced in each course syllabi. The NCLEX RN pass rate for the program has been above 88% since the inception of the program, so they always do very well. And Mr. Ramos attributed this success to the high expectations of the students and the promotion and teaching of clinical reasoning. The clinical learning opportunities include a wide variety of hands-on patient care clinical experiences in various healthcare settings. Clinical learning experiences are abundant and offer a diversity of opportunities. They have a lot of facilities down there, so lots of opportunities for students. And the college has comprehensive student academic and support services to assure student success and assist at-risk students. So during the exit interview, I had suggestions for the ADN program, and that was to work towards having at least 6 full-time faculty, involving the faculty in policy making and curriculum development, and further develop the incident-based and safe harbor policy for faculty. So additional information provided by the program director after the visit. This was follow-up information. The program currently employs 2 full-time faculty and is in negotiations with another part-time to hire as full-time. And so I already told you that 6 would be the ideal number. And then another update is there was 34 students that graduated in December. So the total current enrollment is currently 119. And the program is working diligently on the suggestions made by board staff. And that was as of a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions, board members? And we just wanted that for our new members to kind of see. And this was a pretty heavy education meeting because of having those 4 that we had plus these 11 surveys. And so we know it's a lot coming in as new members and all of it used to be reams of paper if it had been delivered to your house for board members. So do you guys have any questions or is that? Okay.
Madam President, I have a question. So we're still doing virtual. We're going to move ahead with virtual. You're basically just visiting schools if you do have to do an in-person visit at schools that are on warnings? How do you decide, if it's not a school with warning, how do you decide which schools that you're just going to visit? Or are you not going to do that anymore?
You mean the virtual part?
No, right. So say the school, like if you chose not to do the virtual part, like, and they're not on a warning status, what makes you choose that school for an in-person visit?
Well, I can tell you, for example, I have one scheduled in April, and it's a routine visit, but I'm going to do it in person. Last year, there was quite a few problems and issues with that school that I worked with them on, and so I felt like that they needed to be seen in person, and I had consultation with Dr. Hooper, and we agreed that it would be a good idea to do that. So that, if there's something that stands out, that would help us make a decision whether we want to do that or not.
So that's regardless of whether they're on a warning status or?
Yes, it could be, yes.
Okay.
And I appreciate that in the fact that we've really tried now when we are accepting a program and saying that they can, like these 2 this morning or whatever, but if we see anything that we're worried about, catching it early. And I guess probably some of the things we may get complaints from students or so that just to, we don't want anyone to fail. So if we can get to them earlier, and that's why sometimes, we'll say, well, we want reports from you in your first year. These 2 this morning, we did not say that. Their numbers are not that large, but anytime a school really wants to enlarge fast, and we really want to give it time. So I guess that would be some of the things. It's like just keeping a little bit more on the pulse of what's happening with the school.
Exactly, that's true. And a lot of times we have monitoring reports that we require that you may not always see here, but we have them coming into us as the education consultants for
So
different
you may
reasons.
decide from some of those to just see if it's new and just see how they're doing, but you used to do all of them? Is that?
Yes, all of them were face-to-face in person.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I wish Joint Commission would go to virtual only. Throw that out there. Throw that out there. Y'all have gone virtual? I wish they would.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. And I think it's just good, even for those of us who have been here to hear. And again, I just appreciate our education consultants and all of the work they do. And if you think about 30 to 40 hours per visit, that's a whole week of work, and that other things do not get done. Well, that's being done. And so that was a lot of time for all those visits and these schools now. So thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, it's time for us to do open forum. It's now 1:02,
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and/or nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination, and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond this board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending cases. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony relating to this hearing. At this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. Is there anyone here? Anyone that has filled out a appearance request? Okay, hearing none and seeing none. It is now 1:05, and I'm closing the open forum. Thank you. It certainly is. Yep. Okay, so this president just moved on and didn't take care of an action item. So we will now go back to 3.2.4C, Rio Grande Valley College in Pharr, Texas, that Ms. Claus gave us the report on. And it is an action item because it was pulled off of consent. And we have to have a motion to accept the report. So could I have that motion from someone, please?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to accept the report of the September 26th through 28th, 2023 virtual survey visit to Rio Grande Valley College Associate Degree Nursing Education Program in Pharr, Texas.
Thank you. And could I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison, a second.
So I have a motion and a second. If you will please vote. So let me get back to that on my computer. And let me call roll. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4, and Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you, and the motion passes. I had my computer open to do that, and then I was like, oh, it's open forum time. Okay. We're going to go to 3.2.7A, which is consideration of change in approval status from conditional approval to full approval, Clarendon College in Childress, Texas, ADN program. Dr. Hooper. Is anyone from the program here? Okay.
There are actually two reports this time where we're requesting that programs be moved from conditional approval to full approval. And the first one is Clarendon College. The reason we're doing this is that normally we'd make all program approvals in April, but when a program is on conditional, they're in really dire straits, and they're in jeopardy because they cannot admit until they get off conditional. So both these programs have done a good job in getting their pass rate back up. We've been in very frequent communication with them, and so we are requesting that they be taken off conditional so they can get back to their business of educating nurses. The first is Clarendon College, and this program, Lisa would be helping me with this today, but she's not here. Clarendon College was established in 1898, and it's the oldest institution of higher education in the Texas Panhandle. We've had just about every part of Texas with the oldest institution today. Clarendon received initial approval from the Texas Board of Nursing to establish an ADN program at the April 2014 board meeting. Clarendon offers an associate degree bridge also for LVN nurses who desire to transition at both the Clarendon Pampa Center and the Clarendon College Children's Center locations. The program experienced numerous changes in administration, and in September of 2022, a focused survey visit was conducted when the approval status was changed to full approval with warning. And yes, Ken, that's when we definitely make a visit, is when they go on warning. And during the pandemic time, we went to virtual for all visits, but now we're getting back to at least visiting those. And the virtual visits have worked well for fully approved programs, so we'll probably stay with that model. So I mentioned that they've had a number of administrative changes. That's always a warning sign in a program, because that consistent leader at the beginning is a strength of a program. Now, Sherry Denham was appointed as interim director January 20th, 2023, and Clarendon has made significant improvements over the last 3 years in their NCLEX pass rates from 66 to 73 to now 92. So they have really been on the road up and have done well. As evidenced by the information presented, Clarendon is now in compliance with Rule 215, and therefore we're asking for consideration to change their approval status from conditional to full approval for the associate degree nursing education program in Clarendon College. How many of you have been to Pampa? One person. How many have been to Childress? You know, these are not places we hear of a lot. And I know I have a master's degree in nursing in rural community health, believe it or not. And in that course, in that major, we studied a lot about the difficulties in rural communities. So my heart always goes out to rural communities that are struggling to keep their nursing program, because people will not move to a rural community to get a nursing job. They have to be educated there. That's where they live. And this is what Clarendon has done a beautiful job of. Now, as Lisa and I have talked with them recently, we've suggested maybe they want to move Sherry Denham to full director. So that would get another good move. But right now, we just want to move them from conditional approval. So do you have questions? Mm-hmm. It is hard.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to change the approval status for the Clarendon College Associate Degree Nursing Education that's right. In Childress, Texas, for conditional from conditional approval to full approval based upon review of the preliminary 2023 NCLEX RN examination pass rate and compliance with Rule 215 as indicated in the attached letter and board order.
This is Maisie Jamison, a second.
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Other schools aren't even doing that well. And so to have done it during that past year it says a lot for their program. Okay, so we'll go to 3.2.7.B, South Plains College in Levelland, Texas, Vocational Nursing Education Program.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. This request is along the same line for a program that was on conditional and now has turned their approval rate, their pass rate around, and they're eligible to be on full approval so they can move ahead. South Plains, Kathy Shipp and I were talking about them before. They've always had a history of being a very strong program. But in recent years, and I won't go into the situation, but there was a terrific crisis there in the health of their director. And that really hit them hard. And they've had to work hard to keep things moving forward. But they have, and this year, they moved up to 100%. It was a smaller group. The group at Clarendon had 38 people in the class, but South Plains had 5. Now they'll be able to take more students. It's harder to get 100% when you have 5 students. It's just more treacherous to get to a good pass rate. Just a little history on South Plains. They're a public community college established in 1957. If you remember last April when you met and put a number of programs on conditional, 5 programs, they were all community colleges, which is shocking when you look at it from that perspective. But so South Plains now has improved a great deal, and Dr. Tara Strawn was appointed as the interim director in May of 2022 due to the crisis on their campus. In October of 22, Dr. Strawn transitioned to the Director of Nursing Programs, and Jennifer Steffi was named as the new Director for the VN programs at South Plains. They have several campuses. The programs face many difficulties, but they have made remarkable improvement, coming from 60% to 72% to now 100%. So we are asking that you consider a change in their approval status from conditional to full approval for their vocational nursing program at South Plains College in Levelland, Texas. So we're in another part of the state in a rural community.
Yeah, that's by Lubbock also, just my stomping grounds. So they have one campus in Plainview and Lubbock at the old Reese Air Force Base, and then in Levelland.
Levelland, yes.
So they're a big part of the community. Okay, could I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson.
Thank you.
I move to change the approval status for the South Plains College Vocational Nursing Education Program in Levelland, Texas, from conditional approval to full approval based upon the 2023 NCLEX PN examination pass rate and compliance with Rule 214, as indicated in the attached letter and board order.
And I need a second.
This is Maisie Jamison, I second.
Y'all are a good tag team for me. Thank you. Okay, yes. Thank you. So if you will please vote. And we'll do oral. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers,
Darrell Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4, and Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you, and the motion carries. Okay. Look. Okay. Okay, John Vanderford, we're going to do 6.2, consideration of adoption of proposed new 213.36 related to alleged standard of care violation by advanced practice registered nurses, and new 213.37 relating to disclosure of expert reviewers report, including written comments received, if any.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, you will recall that the board voted to propose rules in October related to the review of a complaint against an APRN for a standard of care violation, that complaint would then have to be reviewed by another APRN in the same scope and population focus. The public, of course, is allowed to comment on this rule proposal, and we received 2 comments on the rule. The board received a comment from the APRN Alliance, and they commented in support of the proposed language and the rule language as drafted. And their comment can be seen in attachment A of your report. The second comment received was from the Texas Medical Association, and their comment can be found in attachment B of your report. TMA's comment largely focused on the term medical care in the board's rule. The term appears in the portion of the rule that describes what the reviewer's report is supposed to include. So let me just kind of quote that part for you. Specific context of the term is this. A report issued by an expert reviewer under this section must include, 1, relevant facts concerning the medical care rendered. TMA comments that this term could be seen to enlarge the scope of APRN practice, and that it may make these rule sections appear as if they are applicable to physicians. TMA, however, acknowledges that some medical acts can be performed by APRNs with physician delegation, and they request that the term medical care be amended to nursing care. TMA also states that these medical acts, as they call them, what we would largely call medical aspects of care, are the practice of nursing. And because staff agrees with the concept that the medical aspects of care performed by an APRN are within the practice of nursing, that is a legally correct way to phrase it. So the analysis essentially is there's a lot of statutory definitions of medical care. You can find it in the Texas Civil Practice and Remedies Code. You can find it in the medical board's enabling legislation. This is a term that's a charged term. And staff believes that nursing care is an appropriate term for this purpose in the context of this rule. And you can see staff's proposed response to comment in attachment C of the report. And that largely makes clear what I've said before, which is that what we really are talking about here is the practice of nursing, acts done by an APRN within their scope. So you can find the proposed response in attachment C, and then you can find the amendment to the proposed text in attachment D of the board report. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Thank you. Okay, board members, any questions? I think this is what we are always going to see as we continue with APRN and TMA. This is not unusual to have responses from them. And so it's good to see that the Alliance is supportive as well. So could I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Kent Johnson. I move to adopt the proposed new 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.36 relating to alleged standard of care violations by advanced practice registered nurses and new 213.37 relating to disclosure of expert reviewers report with changes as set forth in attachment D. Further authorize staff to publish the summary of comments in response to comments attached here too as attachment C.
Thank you, Ken. Second, please.
This is Maisie Jamison, a second.
Thank you. So if you will please vote, we'll do the oral vote. Anything else? Okay. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Darrell Chambers,
Darrell Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
and myself, Kathy Shipp, 4, and Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay. Six point three, John, can we do that? Consideration of adoption of amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.5 relating to military service members and military spouses and applications for temporary license and endorsement, including written comments received, if any.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, at the October board meeting, the board authorized proposed amendments to implement Senate Bill 422, and that adds service member as an eligible applicant in addition to the spouse of a service member. And this assists with the military service members and their portability of license from one jurisdiction to another. The board received one comment from the APRN Alliance, which can be found in attachment A of the board report. The comment suggested 2 modifications to the language of the rule. First, the comment suggests that the rule language include the 30-day deadline for the issuance of a license, and that's found in section 55.005A of the Occupations Code. Staff's recommendation is not to include the 30-day deadline for licensure because there is no rulemaking directive associated with that section, unlike the section that this rule implements. So there's no requirement of rulemaking, and any rulemaking in staff's recommendation would be superfluous because it would just restate the existing law. So it would just reiterate what already is the reality of how licenses are issued. And staff would like to take this time to say that the comment indicated that they believed that the board would issue the license in accordance with all of the statutory deadlines, and that is true. Upon receipt of a qualifying, complete application, the board complies with all statutory deadlines, regardless if that deadline finds its way into a rule. The second comment was that they suggest that the title of subsection H be amended to include the service member and the service member's spouse. So adding in the service member. And staff agrees that that comment does help to clarify the section, and staff's recommendation is that that would be included in the final adoption notice in the Texas Register. So the First Amendment that was requested, staff's recommendation is to disagree with, and the second is to agree and add that to subsection H in the title. And you can find the proposed summary in response to comment in attachment B, and then the amended text can be found in attachment C of the board report. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Any questions, board members? Okay. Could I have a motion, please?
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I move to adopt the amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.5 relating to military service members and military spouses in applications for temporary license and endorsement with changes as set forth in Attachment C. I further authorize staff to publish the summary of comments in response to comments attached hereto as Attachment B.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
Thank you. Okay, I think that we're at 1:30. And so at this time, we will have our next school. It's 3 point. Oh, man, I was moving. Okay, here we go. Yes, thank you for those motions, and now let's vote. Okay. Okay, Kathy Boswell.
Okay. Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison.
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards.
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle.
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Myself, Kathy Shope, 4. Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you. And the motion passes. Ah, goodness, sorry.
Well done.
I was. Okay. I wanted to be on time for our school that's here. Okay, so it's time for CTK Healthcare and Career Institute in Irving, Texas, Vocational Nursing Education Program. Ms. Goss? Hello, so we will move on to agenda item 3.2.6C, consideration of proposal to establish a new nursing education program, CTK Healthcare and Career Institute in Irving, Texas, Vocational Nursing Education Program. And this is a public hearing for a new nursing program. Under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from CTK Healthcare and Career Institute to establish a new nursing education program in Irving, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from CTK Healthcare and Career Institute will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. And if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. And so will the representatives of CTK
CTK Healthcare and Career Institute Nursing Education Program, please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. So the board now recognizes Beverly Skloss for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. CTK Healthcare and Career Institute is requesting approval to establish a vocational nursing education program in Irving, Texas. The institute was founded in 2004 and has been nationally accredited by the Commission of the Council on Occupational Education since 2015. CTK has a current certificate of approval from the Texas Workforce Commission, Career Schools and Colleges Division. The following training programs are presently offered by CTK: nurse aide, pharmacy technician, medication aide, and patient care technician. CTK previously submitted a VN proposal that was presented at the January 2017 board meeting, but did not move forward. The school has regrouped and established a strong team to produce a solid proposal that meets the requirements of Rule 214. The executive director and chairman of the board of CTK is Dr. Prem Adhikari. He is a prominent scholar, having served as a professor at Dallas College since 2005. The dean of nursing is Dr. David Baba, an experienced nurse educator. He was previously an assistant professor of nursing at Texas Tech University Health Science Center, as well as a nursing faculty member in the Hill College Associate Degree Nursing Education Program. Rose Elam, MHSM RN, is the proposed director of the CTK VN program. Ms. Elam is an accomplished nurse educator with 13 years of experience in nursing education and over 46 years of professional nursing practice experience. Ms. Elam served as the assistant program director of a VN program in Texas from 2010 to 2023. The VN program will be comprised of a total of 1,392 clock hours, with 552 theory hours and 840 lab and clinical hours. The program is designed to be completed in 12 months of full-time study. Didactic content will be taught on campus in a traditional face-to-face format. Clinical learning experiences appropriate to the VN level of education have been secured with a wide variety of clinical facilities in the Dallas-Fort Worth, Arlington area. Hands-on clinical experiences will be faculty supervised. CTK is requesting an initial enrollment of 30 students annually for the first 2 years of operation. Beginning year 3, CTK is requesting an enrollment of 1 cohort of 35 students annually. I would now ask the representatives to introduce themselves and share their vision of the new CTK VN program with you.
My name is Rose Elam, and I'm Program Director for Nursing.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. This is Dr. Prem Adhikari, Director and owner of CTK Healthcare and Career Institute. CTK has been known for the last 10 years as a very student-centered institute for quality and affordable healthcare training in DFW. As a director, I am extremely passionate and dedicated to excellence in teaching and career to our students. I am also actively involved in leadership role in community in many ways, establishment of non-profit American Nepali Society and American Nepali Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, as a professor in Dallas College for the last almost 20 years, I greatly value the role of education in young adults and learn in volume about what it takes to be a good educator and to administer institutions efficiently to transform the lives of students. I would like to implement this experience in CTK for the rest of my life. To that end, after the start of LVN, I would like to devote my 100% time for financial stability, educational resources, student engagement and success, and growth to higher level of nursing. Despite the failure attempt to establish LVN in CTK in 2017, our dedicated team of instructor and staff were able to provide a skilled workforce to the community by continuously offering healthcare programs. Able to receive re-accreditation by COE, approval from PAPSA, and expanding education resources and space to successfully administer the LVN program. Our search committee for nurse director has appointed Ms. Rose, alum, as a strong, capable, accomplished, and experienced educator and administrator. Rose has a passion in nursing and education and caring students. Director Rose is eagerly waiting to provide the adequate and enough leadership required to excel new LVN program. I have full faith in her leadership to establish new LVN program and fully determined to support her leadership to administer LVN program in all aspects for the success of the program and the students. Finally, I respectfully thank you all for this opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Elam?
Madam President and members of the board, it is a great pleasure and honor to be here today to present for your approval our one-year VN program for CTK. The proposal before you is the result of diligent and profound effort for each participant over the long period of time. First, we had to establish if there was a need for vocational nursing in this part of the state. I have found through the survey from the healthcare community of Irving, Texas, that there is a need for VN nurses. The evidence revealed an increased population in the area, new openings of LVN positions annually, and we are considered in Dallas County the 4th largest number of LVNs in the state of Texas. And at last, increase in hospital facilities due to the population increase. Another important reason we started the want to start the LVN program is to provide a bridge into the healthcare industry for the ethnic diverse residents of the community. That is 80% high school graduates educational level. With these career opportunities in mind, we knew we could develop a program that would graduate future nurses who have not only knowledge and a firm foundation of safe vocational nursing practice, but a compassion and a care for their fellow man. It has been a gratifying experience to incorporate my professional experience and knowledge during this program developing process. To give you a few highlights of my professional background and experience, I have 46 years of nursing experience. In clinical, I say clinical all the way through the 46 years because I want to keep up with my skills. Education, 20 years of educational experience and 25 years of leadership. I was employed recently at a VN program in Dallas-Fort Worth for 13 years. The latter part of the year, I was the assistant director of nursing. I have worked in the healthcare industry as a nurse in a large hospital facility, as well in the private sector. Over the course of my career, I have worked as a staff nurse, an educator, a leader in management, and also in administration. With this in mind, I believe we have developed an outstanding high-quality program. Some of the strong points of the VN program at CTK are: the administrative criteria raised the bar to ensure high-quality students' entry into the program. Candidates are required to take the standard entrance exam, the TEAS, with 58.7% in reading and in math. And at last, they have to interview so we can determine if the student has the academic ability and understanding of the demand of being a nursing student and to be successful in the program. In addition to the entry criteria, a high quality of academic achievement have been established, requiring a minimum pass rate of 75 to 79% at a C average. We also will have quarterly medication administration standards for academic achievement has been established, requiring a minimum passing grade. If they do not pass the math, then therefore they will be dropped from the program. Clinical performance objectives are based on the DAX so that the students are clinically competent at the novice level of ability. There is ample clinical hours in each course so that the students develop increased confidence in their skills and ability to apply the nursing knowledge. Once the student has entered into the program, the faculty members will support the student for success through the course by providing one-on-one tutoring and group sessions, provide NCLEX questions through ATI, provide library resources, and provide additional laboratory resource time. I feel that the program we have developed meets the Board of Nursing high-quality standards that would justify the approval of this program. If you have any questions, you can ask me now.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, board members?
Yes, Madam President. Good afternoon. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. Thank you for being here this afternoon to answer our questions. I did want to say, or at least point out, that I felt that this was a well-prepared, well-put-together proposal. Very easy to go through and read and see exactly what you wanted in the education format. You put the way you set up your decks was very easy to see where you implemented them throughout your program. I feel that as an LVN instructor with a little bit of experience, if I wanted to join your program, that I'd be able to jump in and know exactly what I was doing. I felt that was very good. Now I got distracted by that stuff. Oh my good Lord. So I felt that was very good with the program. I do have a couple of questions and concerns regarding the program. Didactically, I think it's very sound. Clinically, I think there might be some issues. So didactically, first, just a question: how are you going to test? When I looked at the proposal, I didn't see like a computer lab or anything, or certainly not enough for 30 students.
Yeah, we would use computer lab with the format that we're going to use, but basically that would be for teaching them how to do documentation and things like that.
Sure, but for examinations, for your exam.
Oh, we will be using examination formats from. We will be using that from the ATI. Some formats from the questions that we get, not necessarily their tests, but their data resources. And then we will be formulating our own on the Canvas questions on that.
Sure, but where are they going to take the tests?
They're going to take, sorry, I misunderstood you.
Yeah.
They will be taking the tests on campus, but they will have their own computers. We will be issuing computers to each student.
Okay, so the computer comes from you guys?
Yes.
So that's, so you're going to use ATI, you're going to use like the build-a-test, or do you have PAR test, or do you have exams?
We're going to have, I'm going to use Canvas, if you're familiar with that. We will be building questions through the Canvas.
And they're going to use Canvas throughout the program?
Throughout the program, yes.
Their courses? Okay. Admission criteria. do you not require them to show you their GPA from high school? It just looked like it was the TEAS test is what you were going off of.
Well, the reason we would gather that data for that because of the population that we have, the 80% of them graduate at that level. We would look at that as part of it, but mostly trying to get the community into the workforce.
But their high school grades would still be a good indicator of effort.
Yes, we'll have that a part of it. I'm going to do an interview with them, and during the interview, we would include we would get that data for that. They would bring that data. They would have to have it from the school. And then the most important thing is to make sure that there are candidates through interviewing them to make sure that they know and the seriousness of being in the nursing program.
Okay. What about how you're going to, so you have 80% of the population is just high school graduates, you're bringing them into a college level course. What are you going to do to ensure retention in your program?
Some of the things is like we're doing the one-on-one tutoring, and with the employees, the faculty will be their resources for if anything comes up that we can help them with. We'll have resources for them. We have a nursery that has given us the access to help us with people that have problems with babysitting. We also would be looking at, for as people having difficulty with transportation, we'd be looking at that. So there are resources that we have available for that.
Okay. But you still think it's going to be about a 20% attrition rate throughout the program, so that you'd probably lose like what, 6?
I think we're looking at that 20% because of the seriousness of what we're doing. You can look through our proposal. They only get 2 chances to be absent. Because we feel like the more that they're there, the more seriously they learn, and they will work through the program more efficiently that way.
Sure, but this is, when you think about that attrition rate, and you look at the cost it takes to go through your program, what you put in the proposal, versus some of your competitors, I mean, that's like a significant investment, and to think that you could be one of those 6 students, how else could you lower that attrition rate?
Well, one of the things that we would do, just like I said, we're going to be working with the students doing tutoring one-on-one. We will find out, like, if they're absent from class that one day, we're going to call them that day.
Sure.
To see what's going on. So my expectation, we put that level there, but my expectation, it'll be lower than that, I hope. But being realistic, putting that percentage is what I think would be reasonable.
Do you feel that you would have enough staff with you to?
We would have enough staff. We're going to have 2 full-times and 2 part-time individuals, and then I would be there also.
But the 2 part-times comes later on, correct? Because when you start in the proposal,
when we start, no, we have to have a part-time person when we start, because we have 30 students.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're going to have enough time for one-on-one with these students with that amount of staff?
Yes.
So you can meet those needs?
Yeah, to meet those needs, I feel that we will.
Okay. So on the clinical side, as I was looking, there's one statement in particular: the program does not want to place strain on acute care hospitals for clinical rotations. And I believe that was on page 56, is what I wrote down in my notes.
Mm-hmm.
It could be around that area. But I noticed that you have a lot of skilled care, a lot of long-term care facilities, but there are no hospital agreements, no agreements with these acute care. Why are you worried about whether you put a strain on?
With the population of the RN programs in the Metroplex, I'm planning on working on with my rapport with the community, try to work on that. But right at this time, I have not, and I didn't want to put in a proposal that I had gotten that and obtained it, but that is my expectation that we would eventually get into one of the facilities because we're having more that are being built in the community.
Right, but you know, this first class would miss that opportunity to see some of those acute medical surgical needs that LVNs will take care of. Not all LVNs work in long-term care. And so I am a little bit concerned about that you don't have that set up yet with those. Do you have anybody in mind right now?
I do.
Okay.
But I can't commit to that right now. I do have an idea of well, at least two
Okay.
that I have that are good relationship and have been talking to them, but I haven't done anything yet at this time.
Okay. The other thing is your OB maternity clinical rotations.
Mm-hmm.
You only have one site for that.
I do have another site, but it's not in there. It's an OB clinic that I will be having students rotate through. It's newly established. It's been open about 3 months. And the person that's the nurse practitioner there for OB and pediatrics, it's really an OB pediatrics clinic.
Okay. So it still leaves me with concern about those clinical rotations and meeting the needs, especially clinically, as far as their labor and delivery, postpartum especially with LVNs, and nursery and possibly a NICU experience. It doesn't appear that there is a hospital-based clinical rotation for these students. It looks like, and I looked it up, INANA, Birth and Women's Care, looks like it's a very small site, and I can't see exactly what they do there. It looks like it's more of a clinic.
No, they deliver babies there.
Right.
And they have rooms for the mothers to stay there. So no, it's not a clinic.
It's not a clinic.
It's a combination of both things. Because
Right.
they deliver there and then.
But it looks like it's only 5 students. And how many women did they say how many women use their facility, give birth?
I think she had, I'm not sure. I cannot give that answer. I would not like to give that answer. I'm not sure exactly.
I'm just unsure if the sites that you have right now meet the needs of the student in preparing them, getting the clinical experience and preparing them for the NCLEX and what they're going to see postpartum.
Yeah. So I am looking forward to, with the new facilities that are opening in the Metroplex, we have quite a few of new facilities that are opening all around because of the increased population. So there would be an opportunity to look into that to see.
But has any of the hospitals that exist there now that have an L&D, antepartum, postpartum, have they said no to you?
No.
Have you?
The ones that I have looked into, talked to them about it. I didn't get a written proposal because we did not exist as a school yet.
Sure.
But the opportunity for that does exist.
Okay. Could you explain how you have, because I actually really like this part of the proposal, how you implemented ATI throughout your curriculum?
Well, what I did was, you talking about the capstone part of it?
Sure. So it looked like you had ATI exams for each class.
I have.
How you score them.
We score them basically looking at what the score is from ATI, and then it becomes a part of the final grade.
Well, so on here I saw it said that it was part of the exam grade. So it doesn't actually hurt them.
No.
And it's not used as high stakes, but you can see exactly where they're at.
We can see where they are at the level of where they are.
Right.
With that, yes.
And I really like the way that you had that set up there, that it doesn't actually hurt them. That if maybe they didn't do great on their final exam, but they did really good on the ATI, it actually just helps boost their final exam grade a little bit.
Right.
Right, and I like that that's not holding the student back. So I really like that in your policy, how you added that.
In the fifth term, I like that one too, where we actually do the ATI for each group to see what they learn from it. And then have them to do a remediation on the things that they're a deficit in. And we only grade what they do to remediate instead of the ATI.
So I think one other question that I have is, are you still requiring the COVID vaccine? Because in the proposal, it's stating that you still require that, but the state of Texas.
I know. If the requirement would be if the facility that we're going to, we can look into that. But the facilities at that time, when we did the proposal, it was a mandate.
Okay, but as of now, it's my understanding that most facilities can't force it.
Right.
So,
but the reason why it's in there.
That out of there?
Yeah, can, yes, sir.
The other thing that I liked in your staff book, and I felt was really good, especially for, faculty that are onboarding and may not have the education experience, is how you put up, setting up the exams, how you're going to set up the exams, the p-values, and I felt that was really good and really needed, and I'm glad you put that in your faculty handbook.
Thank you.
So, one small
okay.
pick, I'm so sorry. The white shoes. Can you drop that one out of there? So for a gentleman that's 6'4", has gigantic it is so difficult to find all white shoes that are actually comfortable.
Company excluded.
So.
Okay.
If you could just have, just nice shoes.
Just nice shoes. Okay. I will look into that. Any other questions?
Madam President, go ahead. You can go ahead.
No, I just have a quick question. For your other programs, I'm just looking at the gallery on your website. Is this the same location where these students will be?
It's the same location, but we're expanding out. It's larger. If you look at the pictures on the back of the proposal, different pictures, it has expanded. So we have used more of the facility where we are at that building. So the aides, the nursing aides, and the pharmacy and everything are not in our part of it.
You're going to expand the building?
We've already expanded some, and we'll be expanding more.
I'm assuming that.
Excuse me. We are planning to add another 2,000 square foot adjacent to our suites. In fact, that was a suite we have a lease when we came in 2017. So one part, now in the other parts, we're going to get that on the left side too.
So it's this strip mall, though?
Yes, it's a strip mall.
You're taking over some of the other, you're leasing out? Okay.
Are you taking over the beauty salon or the?
Sorry. We're going to take the doctor's office. There is another doctor office next to us.
Latina
Yes.
doctor's office?
Yeah, there is a doctor office, telemetry doctor office that we used to have in the past when we came last time, just that one.
You're on the second story.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, this is Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice. A few questions. First, is it Dr. Adkahari? Will you still be maintaining your teaching load at Dallas College?
That's a good question. I'm planning to retire. I hesitate to put the sentence in my opening remarks, but I'm planning after 20 years of teaching, I'm planning to take a retire after the first class of LVN. So I'm fully devoted. Okay. Thank you.
And then a couple of other things. Ashford Hall and Sandy Lake, they both kind of hover around the 2.53 star rating for CMS. So I hesitate pinning all of your clinical experiences on those long-term care centers. With Ashford Hall, it's huge, and they struggle with sometimes maintaining their star ratings, so that's going to affect your students' education. I also agree with my fellow board member. I struggle with hearing in a open forum like this as we're approving your program, oh yeah, we've got that, but I can't write it down. Oh, well, I'm going to have that. No, this is the time when you say, here is the best of the best. And then you come back to us with different changes. I will struggle as a board member approving LVN learning opportunities that do not expand the entire scope. Case in point, THR hires LVNs now. Medical City is hiring LVNs in the acute care. So instead of saying, well, we're going to pigeonhole you over here and we're going to do all of your things in long-term care, to me, that's not acceptable.
Okay.
Wait, just one more thing. In my research, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that I heard that Jean Sala from the birthing center, they closed their doors in Denton.
Well, when
retired.
She retired and then someone else took over.
And she said they were going to turn it into more of a concierge kind of, that's just anecdotally, that's not anything official, but that she retired and they were closing their doors, and then the new company was going to turn it into more of a concierge birth kind of service. So I don't know if that's still going to meet your needs.
Well, the reason why I hate to say anything about something that I don't have in writing, I have had JPS, which is having LVNs that have said they would do a contract with us. Also, the county hospital in Dallas, Parkland, said they would be willing to start, but they did not say that they would do it until they knew that it was a program. Then they would visit me with the details and we could sign a contract. But that's the only reason I hesitated to say those things.
And I can appreciate that, but I've also, I went to school and did everything at Peter Smith, and so they understand the importance of education, but I would have expected to see more of a, okay, we're not going to put the ink on the contract, but a letter of support from these places. I struggle as a board member voting for something that I don't feel is going to be an adequate education, but that's just my opinion, so.
And I did have a couple more. I'm looking through my notes. Couple more questions on here. How are you going to teach the math? Are you going to restrict the students to dimensional analysis, or are you going to allow them to do, so say you have a student that's struggling with dimensional analysis. Would you allow them to do desired over have?
Okay, my philosophy is that I teach each way.
Okay.
And I've been doing that as long as I've been in education. So we teach them the method of each way, and then I ask them, whatever way that you were taught in school is the way that you should do your math.
Okay. Another question I have is, you have no articulation agreements so that these students can further their education. Is there anything in the works with any of the other colleges that have, LVN to ADN? Do you have anything in the works right now where they can continue their education to the next level, should they choose? Or an easy path, anyways?
No, not at this moment.
But do you have plans in the future for that? Do you have anything?
I have plans. I plan to do that once we get committees started and things that we need to do to improve our school. Then we're planning to do a lot of things for reaching out in the community and for resources.
I have one question. I'm not sure if it's time. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for being here and for the time you put into your proposal. I have a question around the the financial support for developing a new program? You have a clear budget, and obviously know it does require dollars in order to make this happen. And I noticed there was a line in the report, or a area in your proposal that said the source of funding for the VN program will be tuition driven and from the revenue collection of the newly approved medical assisting program. And so it sounds to me that at least initially, maybe in the first cohort or two, that some of the funding necessary to support and resource the vocational nursing program is sort of dependent upon the success of another program. So or am I interpreting that wrong? So can you explain that a little bit for me?
Well, thank you. That's a good question. Our medical assisting program is popular. Obviously, it is self-sustained because of that program. CTK is fully financially self-sustained. But yes, the agency will do the injection from other business interest for the initial funding, expanding the space, resources, lab, and everything. Yes, we do inject from the external funding.
So to follow up with that, then, what worst case scenario, and our job is to sort of think on all these extremes, right? So, but should something happen to the income stream for the medical assisting program for whatever reason, how does that then jeopardize in any way the funding or revenue or support possible for the vocational program in particular, not 5 or 10 years down the road when the VN program is self-sustaining, but in particular in the first X amount of time, maybe 2 to 5 years, for example, when the VN program is still growing?
Well, that's a great question. And obviously, first of all, I'm not expecting that we're going to get worse. Because of all the experience for the last 10 years, I'm fully dedicated. I know the community, I know the students, and I'm an educator. So based on all this, I know that it's not going to be worse. But in case, I have in my mind, in case, who knows? That's the good question, that's what I said. So I already allocated some fund for that to inject, because I'm hiring faculty and instructor. It's my responsibility to take care of that time. Saying I'm taking it genuinely, I'm determined, and I've already allocated some fund for that, if in case worst case scenario happens. And thank you for the time to clarify this question.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
I'm sorry, I wanted just to kind of expand on something that you've already spoken to. I do have concerns about the clinicals and I do have concerns about the clinicals and the availability of clinicals to your students. But even a further question, as I read your proposal and I see that there are going to be 3 faculty to start with, 2 full-time and 1 part-time, does that mean as a director you'll be doing a clinical group as well?
No. We'll have 3, so 10 students per person. So the part-time person would take 10 students and the 2 full-time would take 10 students.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And there's going to be an instructor at the OB maternity clinical site, the one site that you have. That's only 5 students at that site. So what do you do?
Yes, and what would happen is we'll be rotating out to the pediatric daycare. So at that time, there would be probably me at that site when we have to do it in the 5th term. I mean, in the 4th term, the last term, sorry.
Bear with us just a minute. I do have a question. And you may have already answered it, so I apologize if it's redundant. But can you tell me, will your students have any clinical experience with acutely ill children by the end of the program? Because Because I see there's a daycare in
Yeah.
the plan. Okay.
There's a daycare, and we talked about the clinic that I'm getting a contract with, that I'll have, that is a pediatric clinic and OB clinic. That's where they'll be rotating through also.
She closed. I don't know where she's.
Can I ask one follow-up question to that? Is, as of today, right now, is the only pediatric experience going to be at a daycare center? Or maybe I missed it in the proposal, and please accept my apologies if I did.
The rotation for the pediatric would be, we're doing it at a pediatric skills simulation. And they would be rotating through that, doing the critical part of it, and then also being with the daycare. So we had put up for the simulation portion of it for pediatrics also.
Thank you.
How soon will you know about the pediatric clinic? Whether you will have clinical rotations through there?
The person that's the owner of it said as soon as we have established that we're going to be a school, that they would sign the contract with me.
Are there any other clinics in the area that you could also use? Any other physicians' offices or
Yes.
urgent care or indigent?
There are different physician offices that they have pediatrics and OB that I am aware of just by working with other LVN programs as a person that was an instructor there, that I have dealings with, that I could get contracts with. But this proposal was for the ones that I had time to do at that time to get the proposal done. We will forever be expanding our resources. It's not like this is just written in stone that this is the only thing that will happen. As an educator, I want to make sure that we expand to other resources that are available in the community. And as I told you before, there are different facilities and things that are being developed and built, and new practices that are coming in the area because of the increased population.
Right, but will those practices be available for, should you be approved, will these be available for this first class that's going through? Will they?
We are planning to start probably in the summer months. Yes, it would be available because I would be working on, when we're approved, I will be working on those contracts to make sure that we have the resources for the students to start.
Madam President, Ms. Claus, do they meet I will tell you where I'm coming from right now is that I feel like, again, and you guys have done a great job, but I do think about those students because I can't tell you how many programs come back and we've approved, and then they come back and these kids or adults are thousands and thousands of dollars in debt, and they're not prepared to take the test. And I take that very, very seriously, especially with all the changes in the testing, especially with the higher acuity. I've been a nurse since '91, and it's a completely different job today than it was then. I would be more apt to approve a program with conditions that we get all of this worked out. I cannot, in good conscience, vote to approve your program. Well, when we get that space, well, when we get that, and no. Like I said, this is the time that we're approving the program. I can't just sit back and say, okay, well, when you get those approval letters, or like I said, I mean, I looked it up again. Ayanna has shut down because she's retired. Nobody bought the business. I just worry that if I approve it, and I'm not the sole approval I approve it, I will not rest well knowing that these things aren't in place.
And I agree with you, Kathy. Didactically, I think everything's set up fine here. It's my greatest concern right now is, are they going to get the clinical experience that they need to be able to practice safely as LVNs? And right now, I don't think you're there.
And what I can tell you, I am one of the instructors that prepare people for the NCLEX. And I am very much aware of the need for OB and pediatrics in there. I am willing to make sure that that is done and quickly because I have the resources. It's just when the proposal was given, that was not, the person had not even opened their business yet. So that could be one of the stipulations. I think that I can do that without any problems.
Ms. Gloss, is that, so if she's met the minimum requirements with the clinical areas that we have. So the minimum requirements are met, with the exception of, we need to find out if the OB's shut down.
Madam President, thank you for your proposal in law. I came up through the ranks. I was a LVN for 12 years before I became an RN, and all of my LVN experience was in the hospital. I don't think that I would have been able to go into the acute care setting straight out of school had I not done a rotation in the acute care setting. I feel like I would have failed terribly. Because in a nursing home, of course, in home health, this is their home. This is more so, this is their normal. As you don't get the experience, as you're aware, the clinical reasoning and the clinical judgment in an acute care, in an acute patient, as opposed to someone in a nursing home. So for me, I think that deficit and not having that already ready for these students, because it's only 12 months. 12 months goes by really, really quick. And I've taught in VN. I'm actually adjunct in VN right now, evening weekend program. And we do clinical rotations. I take them to the hospital. It's so much that they learn being there in the hospital that when I do take them to the acute care or to a rehab, they would not get that experience if I didn't take them to acute care settings. So for me, that is problematic for me, not having that, even though they've met the minimum, but I'm thinking of the student and when they pass NCLEX and when they're out there, are they going to be able, if I, the student, graduate, am I ready to go in acute care if I want to be in acute care? Or am I afraid to do that? Thank you.
Hi, this is Melissa Scott, and this question is for Ms. Kloss. Just to clarify, I know we're really focusing on the clinical availability and opportunities for the students. And I just want to clarify, in my mind, you said that they met criteria, and I just want to clarify that they've met criteria. So it isn't, they don't have to have hospital setting, acute care setting, and then that the daycare setting qualifies for pediatric? Okay. 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 And that's okay. I just wanted to clarify. So.
You're seeing more, I've been out of practice too, you see more acute cases, acute chronic now, not just in the hospital.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
You see I think we all know that are nurses, you see the acute care type, And it's usually the acute and chronic, predictable healthcare. That's what we talk about, scope of practice for LVNs.
Right.
So you do see that out in these other settings more than ever. I think we all know that. So, but anyway, they have met the minimum requirements that we
Even
talked.
with the exception of the agreements that she said are pending, what she has here meets the requirements.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Having heard all the discussion that we have and what Ms. Elam has done moving forward, we're changing the motion as it is written and putting some stipulations on reporting, clinical affiliation agreements, so that, and our staff is always great to work with groups in those things. And so I think we've talked about those kinds of things. And we know that healthcare has changed and a lot of things happen in outpatient. Even school nurses are doing all kinds of treatments on a daily basis and a lot of skills and all. So I think there's a little bit of room that can be looked at that maybe hasn't been at this time. So I'm entertaining a motion, and I have it where it's going to be put in, and then you still can vote yes or no.
I do have a question, Madam President. So your motion that you're amending, you spoke to the clinical concern. So what would you have them report? Because if they report back and they say, oh, we didn't get the clinical affiliation, we didn't get the OB, I mean, how would that be helpful?
Well, when they're starting, they will have some of the same numbers, and we will have that they are going to give quarterly reporting, students' performance, courses, clinical learning experiences, remediation strategies, attrition rates, and current clinical affiliation agreement updates. And we'll have the input from which our staff does this periodically with schools and talks to them about those kinds of things. So I didn't put in specific topics. I put in because we're going to see what it is that they can do, and with the staff staying on top of it. Our point is that when they did the report and that they were the minimum requirements, but we many times do motions when they come to us about doing monitoring. So that's what I'm coming up with a motion, and I'll do the motion and get a second, and then you can decide, and then we can even amend a motion if there's something that members, and I completely respect your opinions and what you're saying. So is that, and my phone is scrolling. Okay, I'm not on Facebook, I promise. Okay. So I think I'm going to make that motion now, okay? So move to grant initial approval to CTK Healthcare and Career Institute to establish a new vocational nursing education program in Irving, Texas, and impose the following conditions and requirements. The program shall, this is not any different than what's already there, shall not admit more than one cohort of 30 students in January 2024 for the first 2 years of operation. During years 3, 4, and 5, the program shall not admit more than one cohort of 35 students in one admission cohort per year. The program shall submit quarterly reports of students' performance in courses and clinical learning experiences. remediation strategies, and attrition rates, and current clinical affiliation agreements updates. And it's understood that our staff will be working with them on that. And our staff also makes visits if they see that something needs to be there, or can direct them if something is not done. Do you want it repeated, the last part?
No, I'm just thinking, so quarterly reports, so it's January the 25th, so we're saying that you can admit 30 students in January of 2024. Well, y'all got 5 days or whatever to get the 30 students. Is that correct, or is your start times different? Sorry.
Excuse me, yeah. So it's not possible to admit a student right now. We got to go to approval process of TWC, COE, and FAFSA. It will take another 6 months. So we got a new
So they get our approval, and then you have, so then if it's 6 months for TWC and all of that, then just whenever the first quarter that they admit students, okay.
Do we do, Dr. Hooper, do we do, well, a quarter, what is it a semester report or report?
I think from what he's saying, these other agencies are waiting for us to approve the curriculum. And it sounded like everybody felt okay with the curriculum, but it's the clinical. And I do appreciate questions from the educators. It's very, very helpful. So I think if we can, we can have reports whenever we want. And it's in the board order, so they have to do it. And we follow up to make sure they do it. But I think especially getting clinical contracts as early as possible before you admit students. And we can say quarterly reports and give them a month and then a list of things that need to be included. It works well. So.
Madam President, I would like to see, instead of, I would just like, my whole issue is I need those agreements prior to the students starting. I don't think, since he's saying it's going to take 6 months, that does make me, but am I out on a limb here? I just feel like they don't have agreements.
Can I answer that? We would be, once I'm approved, I'm going to go to the facilities and get the agreement. If that's one of the reports that need to be given to you, I will give that report to the Board of Nursing.
Yes.
So,
and you're completely trustworthy. You are. I do not doubt that's not going to happen, but I need pen to paper. I need, by this date, X, Y, and Z needs to happen. So I completely agree with you, and I know you're going to take care of it, but I think I feel like it should be a part of our order.
Well, I didn't put it specific on what needed to be there because at this point, there are a lot of different options. It's DFW. So, and I also think on the first day class starts, I myself as an educator of a gazillion years, maybe didn't have all of my clinicals worked out when I started, but by the time I got through, I had them. So that was my purposeful, not trying to slight, but just thinking when you're contacting and they don't get back to you and you're gonna go for this, and I also know how hard it is to get into cooks. Because I tried to get nurse practitioner.
They're not even going to allow.
Nurse practitioner students I can't even get them in
only
there.
has an agreement with TWU, so I don't know who you talk to over there. They ain't going to let nobody.
So that's my point, that I think this is a lot of moving parts. And I felt like that Dr. Hooper and Beverly can guide and deal with those kinds of things. And also the fact, like I said, a lot of things happening in pediatrics and home health and school health that are a lot of skills and some kids that are with disabilities and a lot of different care needs. So, I'm just trying to think generic, knowing that this is what our conversation has been there.
One thing I would say, if you're working with a corporate hospital or larger hospitals and having contracted with the ones you're talking about, it's going to take you a while because the attorneys have to vet it, and so just know it's going to be a while.
She told me that.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying I don't have anything.
It's going to be a while.
And they're not going to do it if you don't have a school.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to say, come back. And then we have, and with our university, those MOUs and getting them at time, and we've had to move students because they didn't come in, and we'd been on them for 2 or 3 months. So when you have a year program, that was just my intent, and so.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. My fear was you speaking as an educator, you already had an established program, and I understand not having your schedules and that sort of thing. My issue was it's a brand new school, and it is DFW. There's lots of opportunity, but it's also dog eat dog as well. So that's why I said that. I completely understand.
I'd like to just make a comment as a hospital administrator. We do welcome LVNs, and it's more comforting to know that the board has approved the program as well. So, because we don't know what we're getting into. So.
Let me interject something here. Motion was made, it wasn't seconded. There was a lot of discussion. I think that the real issue here is you don't want any approved program to admit students if they don't have affiliation agreements, right? They shouldn't. So if you want to make that a condition of this approval, that they never admit a student unless they have their complete affiliation agreements for clinical, then I don't see what's wrong with that.
That's what you used to say.
You speak in your, you need to.
Well, I think that you can also put conditions on an approval. I don't, sorry I said anything. But I think you approve the school. But there's a condition. They shouldn't really admit students into it unless they have completed their affiliation agreements. That's the way I understand what I said. But
It's hilarious.
Nor do I think you would. You wouldn't really have the ability to teach them. But it is I think, a comforting implication that could be put into the approval. So I think we probably want to discard the motion and return to a new motion and see if there's going to be seconded and understood, and
Well, if
maybe we
it
can go.
isn't seconded, doesn't it die? There's no second. Robert's rules.
Right, well, I'm suggesting we make a new motion.
Right. So that one would be out, but I have to have my terminology on the clinical affiliation agreements, because I have current clinical affiliation agreements updates.
Let me see what that says. This is
These are just the
your
conditions.
expression of what you think the motion should be.
Okay, none of this matters. This is this is what we've added. This is all okay. This is. See, so we put current, we did current.
All this is the same.
This is the current clinical affiliation agreements updates.
Right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3.
Mm-hmm. It's C, yeah. Do we need to take a look? Maybe Yeah, let's just go ahead and take about a 5 to 10 minute break. We'll just take a little and get this. And I apologize to the other school Shriners. And you do not have a second, then it fails. And so we've added a number 3. And so I'm going to repeat the motion as we had it, and then I'm adding this 1. So move to grant initial approval to CTK Healthcare and Career Institute to establish a new vocational education, nursing education program in Irving, Texas, and impose the following conditions and requirements. The program shall not admit more than 1 cohort of 30 students in January 2024 for the first 2 years of operation. During years 3, 4, and 5, the program shall not admit more than 1 cohort of 35 students in 1 admission cohort per year. Number 2, the program shall submit quarterly reports of A, students' performance in courses and clinical learning experiences. B, remediation strategies and attrition rates. And C, current clinical affiliation agreements updates. Number 3, program will not admit its first cohort without current clinical affiliation agreements.
This is Laura.
I need a second.
And I second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any clarification or any questions or anything from board members? Okay. And Patricia has that in board docs for us to vote. So if you'll please vote, and I'll call oral. Sorry. Okay, Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell with the amended motion 4.
Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle against.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4. Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here, and our consultants will be with you about what you need to do and getting those agreements so that you can get going on accepting students. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your work.
Madam President, Patricia, I did not get the electronic vote. Is that okay? I mean, I recorded it. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will go to item 3.2.6.d, Shriner University in Kerrville, Texas, Master's Degree Nursing Education Program, focus on family nurse practitioner education, Dr. Zeich and Dr. Hooper. Hi. Thank you. Okay, this is public hearing for a new nursing program. Under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Schreiner University to establish a new education program in Kerrville, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Schreiner University will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such request. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent, and if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to board staff via email. So will you please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. I do apologize for it taking a while, so thank you for your patience with us. So now I recognize Dr. Zike and Dr. Hooper, I guess it's you?
I think it's just me.
Okay.
But I have Dr. Varnell with me in spirit and on YouTube. So
okay.
I have some company.
Well, I thought I saw her a while ago. Was she in here?
Dr. Varnell is not here today.
Oh, okay.
She's unable to attend.
Okay.
The purpose of this agenda item, board members, is to consider a request from Schreiner University to establish a new Master of Science in Nursing family nurse practitioner program in Kerrville, Texas. And before I get into the nuts and bolts of their proposal, Dr. Hooper asked me to explain just a little bit about the board's role related to APRN education, because it is very different than our role related to pre-licensure education for vocational and professional nursing programs. And for our more tenured board members, we have not done an APRN proposal since 2017. So it's been a little while, and so let me refresh your memory just a little bit. The board does not have statutory authority over APRN education in the same way that we do over pre-licensure vocational and professional programs. And so we rely on national nursing education accreditation for APRN education programs. The exception has to come into play when we have brand new programs that have never jumped into graduate level education before, and they don't have national nursing education accreditation at the graduate level. And so we do have an exception for new graduate level programs that are looking to prepare APRN students and graduates. The board approval kind of stands to be a substitute for national accreditation until such time as they can get nationally accredited. The reason that's important is because their graduates, if they graduate from a program that's not accredited, they can't get licensed and they can't get certified. And sometimes it can be 7, 8, 12 months after graduation before the students are able to then get their certification results and then, of course, obtain a license. We do have a board rule, it's Board Rule 219, that speaks to graduate education for this purpose. And usually Dr. Varnell, who is again with me in spirit, And I do these reviews for APRN education programs, usually with the direction of Dr. Hooper. Dr. Hooper and I have done these in the past as well, so Dr. Hooper is well-versed in these. And what we are looking for is to not only make sure that the program meets the requirements of 219, but also make sure that they're on the road to getting their national accreditation. We do look at national standards when we develop Rule 219, and so, we can get them a good start. So unless you have any questions about what your role is in terms of approving APRN education, I'll go ahead and switch over to talking a little bit about Schreiner's specific proposal. Great. So Schreiner University is a private nonprofit religious institution that was established in 1923. They are independently governed and related by choice and by covenant to the Presbyterian Church. They are accredited by the Commission on Colleges of the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, and they can award associate, baccalaureate, and master's degrees. And their most recent SACS reaffirmation of accreditation was in 2019. Currently, Schreiner has a vocational nursing education program, as well as a traditional baccalaureate degree nursing program and an RN to BSN program. The board approves the traditional BSN and the vocational program. Both of the BSN programs are also accredited by the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education. They were last visited in February of 2019 by the CCNE. They're accredited through December of 2028, and they're going to be having a site visit in 2028 in the spring, I believe. Yes, okay. The president of Schreiner is Dr. Charlie McCormick, who is not able to be with us today. The proposed director of the master's program is Dr. Shanna Chapman. She has a DNP. She is a family nurse practitioner, APRN herself, and also a fellow of the American Association of Nurse Practitioners. I keep wanting to call it the Academy because that used to be its name. She submitted the proposal. She is the proposed director of the MSN program and is also the director of the nursing programs in general. Schreiner is requesting approval to begin a program in January of 2024 with an initial cohort of 25 students. In year 2, they would admit an additional 25 students, and then in year 3, they would go to 2 cohorts of 25 students each. The didactic content is going to be offered online, and it is front-loaded. So all of the didactic will be covered, and then the students will begin their FNP clinical practicum experiences, and we have seen that with other programs. Since the first year is primarily online, we have not done a site visit yet, although we do have records from our previous site visit to the BSN programs and the VN programs. We propose that we would do a site visit after that first cohort gets through the first year, and when they come to campus to have their immersion experience prior to going to clinical. Dr. Chapman, as I said, is the proposed coordinator for the program, and she is fully qualified under Rule 219.6 to direct the program. She's got her master's as an FNP from the University of Missouri in 2005 and a doctor of nursing practice from the University of Iowa in 2012. She has been the assistant dean at another institution for many years. She has extensive experience both teaching in an FNP program as well as administering an FNP program, and she has extensive experience with online education, so she is well qualified in this role. She's also got extensive clinical experience as a family nurse practitioner. She's presented at both state and national level conferences, and as I said, she is a fellow in the American Academy of Nurse Practitioners. The proposed FNP program is going to be a 46 semester credit hour program. And again, we will go look at the resources at the beginning of year 2 when the students are getting ready to come in for an immersion experience. They're going to be checked off on things like their assessment skills and suturing and reading radiographs and things like that before they start their FNP clinical experiences. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Shanna Chapman, who is the director of the nursing programs and again, the proposed director of the FNP program, and Dr. Travis Frampton, who is the provost and vice president for academic affairs. Dr. William Davis, I promise he was with us. He is the dean of faculty, but he has an engagement down I-35, and as any of you know who live in Central Texas or anywhere near 35, he had to go. So we gave him a pass and credit for being present.
You may have given him a pass. Well, good afternoon. My name is Travis Frampton. I'm the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Schreiner. And I basically just wanted to, at the outset, my comments, talk about the support that this program has at the board level, at the administrative level, and also at the faculty level. As she mentioned, Schreiner University has about 1,300 undergraduate students, about 100 graduate students in our other graduate programs. And we are designated as a Hispanic serving institution as well. So I would like to thank the board for your consideration of our proposal for Master of Science in Nursing Family Nurse Practitioner program in Kerrville, Texas. And I'd like to, at the outset, reiterate what is said in the proposal itself, that Schreiner University is excited to offer the program and to provide nurses another pathway that wasn't previously made available. We also have our local partners, Peterson Health System, have several conversations with them about the needs that they have and other rural medical and health needs in the Hill Country, and they're excited about this opportunity for us to offer this program in the Hill Country, as it will not only help their potential resources and workforce that would benefit them as well. So thank you for your consideration of our proposal.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shanna Chapman. I am thrilled to be here. I told her, I said, it's almost like birthing a baby. We've been working on this, so it's super exciting. Schreiner has been amazing in letting us develop this rigorous program. I'm pretty passionate about making sure that when students graduate, I want them to not only be able to pass their boards, but more importantly, be comfortable and confident in their position. How many times have you seen in the Facebook groups, that people aren't? Several things that we've incorporated into our program, and of course, it's because we do have good partners, is we guarantee our nurse practitioner clinical site placement. They're not out there trying to find their clinical sites. Peterson has been amazing. They have 26 clinics that they've offered up. We also are extremely fortunate that we have Frontera Health System, who is a rural health system. We have the Raphael Clinic, Bandera Community Clinic. So we have a lot of good clinics around us that want to help us with these students, which is great. And to be honest, they're looking at it that they can snatch onto them and keep them after they graduate. And I do understand one of the conversations that we've had is, I guess, in some parts of Texas, that there is a surplus of nurse practitioners. In Hill Country, we don't see that. Like Dr. Frampton said, we have people asking us for this program. A couple of examples is our Kerrville State Hospital had to shut several wings because they didn't have providers. Now, while we know a family nurse practitioner does not need to be doing site care, we do need family nurse practitioners to be managing their blood pressure, their cholesterol, all of these other things that go right along with site, mental health conditions. We had the Raphael Clinic sends a mobile bus into one of the counties that doesn't have a medical provider at all, whether it's physician, whether it's nurse practitioner or PA. And they recently had to stop that because their nurse practitioner retired and they couldn't replace it. So while I understand that Texas has a surplus, we just don't see it in Hill Country. So we're super excited about this. We have 54 credit hours built into it. I did build in 750 direct hands-on clinical hours. Yes, they will still be doing skills lab. Yes, they will still be doing immersion, simulation. That is not counted in those 750 hours. Like I said, I'm passionate about these students being able to function and feeling comfortable. We all, like I said, we've heard about imposter syndrome. The way we set up the program is, yes, while they do have didactic all at the first and the clinical at the end, once they get to clinicals, that doesn't mean their didactic ends. They still, let's take pediatrics, for example. So yes, while they had their pediatrics didactic, when they get into that pediatrics clinical, week 1 in their clinical course still may be HEENT. So we may have case studies in there about strep or ear infections. Maybe when they get respiratory, we have a case study or a group activity on asthma in kids. So just be aware that just because their didactic is at first, that's not all the didactics that they're going to get. We have threaded that throughout the program. We are going to require that all of our nurses have 2 years of experience. ICU and ER is preferred, but we will take people without that. The other big resources, and we look at attrition rate and persistence and retention. The big resources that we do have is, while our didactic is primarily online, the students do come to campus. So the immersion, where they'll do the head-to-toe physical checkoff before they're allowed to attend clinical. We also will be having suturing workshops, splinting workshops, how to do an advanced MS exam, on knees. Knees are hard. Shoulders, all kinds of things like that. They'll actually be getting those hands-ons. But at the same time, we're going to show these students what Shriner resources we do have. And while they are available online, they are also available in person as well. And that does include, we have a great mental health package for anyone that's struggling. So we all know nursing school is hard. It's stressful on families. And so we offer those kinds of services to our students free of charge, where they can text them, they can call them, they can go physically there, but we have a great counseling services for that. We have a writing center. We have 504B accommodations. And actually, a great example of that was this morning. We had a student, it's actually in our VN program, so completely opposite end of the spectrum. She has hearing loss, and she was accepted into our program. We didn't realize that, but now this student can't hear with a regular stethoscope. Well, luckily, we have emergency funds, and we have all kinds of things like that to help us, that we're actually able to help her get a stethoscope that she can use. So my point to that is, we have a lot of resources. We want these students to be successful. I believe in early identification. We do plan to utilize APEA, which is similar to ATI, same company. Not for grades, but we implement that throughout the curriculum so that when they take these predictor exams, we see where they're low at, and we can instantly start working with these students one-on-one to make sure that they're getting the knowledge that they need. Questions?
So where are you using Shadow Health?
Originally, the Shadow Health was going to be threaded throughout the didactic portion. However, we have since then, I'm really liking ATI. Mm-hmm. And I say ATI, but it's for the MSN student. But I want it to be virtual reality. I want it to be high, as realistic as you can get. But they will be throughout the didactic. There may be some that we do put in those clinical courses, in all honesty. And when I say that, because like I was saying, like HEENT, while we may have a case study on ears or strep or whatever the case may be, we may put one of those in there as well. But that does not count as their hands-on direct clinical hours. Mm-hmm. It is separate.
Well, when we used it, we found some we liked, and then they were providing better products and all. But I retired last May, and I don't know what they did with those. But we didn't use it as much as we thought we would. Mm-hmm. And so we really liked APEA. Mm-hmm. They just provide a lot, and now they've been bought by someone else, I think. Yeah. And so I was trying to figure out, 54 hours, our master's is like 46 or something. So mm-hmm. You've got a little extra there.
We do.
CCNE is now going to that 750 hours, mm-hmm. and that's face-to-face. So I liked that you had that in there, because they're like, well, it's not totally official, but it mm-hmm. is going to be. And which makes it hard. And so I couldn't quite tell how much you were doing for simulation. you were doing those skills, a weekend boot camp or something you were doing?
We will have several of those throughout. Like I said, the first one will be the hands-on physical assessment. They have to do that before they do anything. And then some of the Saturdays that we're going to do, like I said, a suturing workshop. One is going to be pelvic exams, breast exams, prostate exams. One is going to be suturing. One will be splinting. One will be the advanced muscular skeletal exams, just because, again, you just want to get those hands-on to do the knees, the shoulders, even spine. It's really difficult in an online program to make sure that they are seeing those and able to do those effectively.
And so those hours are just going to be?
Those are extra.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not our direct hands-on.
Our program was 675, and we did about 50 that were not face-to-face. So we did over 600 face-to-face, but that's still not 750.
Right.
And they're real exact about that. So I thought that looked really, really good. And I really, I think you kind of struggle if you put them in clinical and they're deer in the headlight when they first come in. And so I think having some of that didactic, I like that. And then, increasing the clinical at the end. I mean, you can teach research and theory and those kinds of things, but still being able to see patients and soap notes and all that. So I just thought all of that looked really good. I wasn't familiar with Exalt.
It's just a clinical software is what it is. Very similar. We had decided to go with that before Texas kind of went with the Castle Branch system.
Oh, okay.
So
okay. Yeah, we use Castle Branch. Okay.
Yeah, and the only difference I see in it is that it does actually log their hours, and then they can actually put in like a soap note, so then that the faculty can monitor, exactly what's going on.
Yeah, we used, and now I'm almost I'll have to circle back to whatever it was that we used after I went to NOF, and that's what everybody was using it. So you like the Canvas platform? Is that?
Yes, for our didactic.
And I guess it's Proctorio.
That is the software so that they can test. That's all Proctorio does.
Okay.
And that, safeguards a student, it safeguards the university when you're testing in a home situation. You want to make sure that things are secure. Nobody's screenshotting, nobody's cheating.
We used Examity, and we lost our mind with it because it was people from other countries, and no offense to that, but that was hard for us and our students. And then they went down all the time, and we couldn't get them in, and so it was West Texas A&M. And so we were just trying to find something else. ProctorU or something. I mean, we just tried a lot of things, so I didn't know about that. So I hope that works well for you. So just sidebar, I had a student that is testing, and the little note about hyperthyroid and hypothyroid kind of comes down on the screen that has to be, I'm like, well, a Post-it note, why would you do that? So, and then some were copying the tests. They did a last little step at the end, so that was all. It's a challenge.
It is.
To do it, and you hope at that level they're not going to do that, but it was a struggle. But I thought all of your stuff really looked really good and had a lot of thought in it, and I really liked those weekends where it's just a skill time. So I thought that was really good. Does somebody else have something they want to say?
Madam President, this is Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice, and I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys recognizing VN and the importance of that entry level and how you guys still have the program. And to me, that's just full circle from VN all the way up to MSN. So thank you.
Any other? So your APRN, nothing? Okay, good. Okay, any other questions? Well, in the Lubbock, Amarillo area, and I took care of students all in that region, we did, they don't always get jobs. And so we thought, and we have Lubbock Christian University, Texas Tech, and West Texas A&M that are there. But then every single week, there's some student that's coming, taking one of my clinical spots from Vanderbilt or UT Arlington, or, I mean, they're like from somewhere else, and then the clinical slots, I help students get them, but we had them do some of it themselves. So I applaud you in saying that you're going to do that, because they're having to pay for clinical slots as well. And I think that's hard, and then traveling, to get some of those slots. So that's really, really, really good, that support. So, okay. If we don't have any more questions, then can I have a motion?
This is Drew Riddle. I motion to grant initial approval to Schreiner University to establish a new Master of Science in Nursing Family Nurse Practitioner program in Kerrville, Texas, and impose a condition requirement in the attached letter and board order.
Okay. And do I have a second?
This is Ken Johnson, I second.
Thank you. So motion and a second. So if you'll please vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, 4, and Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you. So the motion passes. So congratulations, and thank you for all your work on that and what you're doing. And, it's just excellent. So appreciate that. And sorry about our delay. It's a process. Okay. Now we'll go to 7.1, minute after 3. Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quality Quarterly Report for the first quarter. Serena Bumpus and Roland Rodriguez. Hi. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry, we're running a little bit behind.
That is okay. Yes. We forgot to do our forms here. So thank you. I'm Serena Bumpus. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Texas Nurses Association. Brittany Majewski, our Program Director for Teppen, is on some well-deserved PTO, and so I have the next best thing, which is Roland with us.
I don't know about that.
So I'm going to let Roland share the highlights of the Q1 report, and then I will talk to you about some of the strategic planning we've been doing in Teppen.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors. Thank you for allowing me to speak and present on the Q1 of 2024. That is September 1st, 23 to November 30th. First, I'd like to start off by highlighting some positives that first of all, our program is doing well, and it is a real good, in my opinion, since I've been doing this for about 10 years, program is in a strong position right now to really do some work, thanks to the support of the Board of Nursing. Just a couple of things that I want to highlight from this past quarter is we did notice that our referrals to the Teppen program increased compared to last quarter. Referrals are important because 9 out of 10 times when we receive a referral, contact is made to the nurse. So if we have a nurse who's struggling with substance abuse or mental health conditions, that is an opportunity for us to intervene possibly and get them in evaluation, treatment, and monitoring, hopefully, and ideally in successful recovery. A good segue from referrals is the next thing I'd like to highlight, which is our outreach program, which is we feel is really strong. to get referrals, or one of the components to increase our referrals and keep our referrals coming, is a good outreach program and education program. So we're not behind the curtain, so to speak. We want to put our name out there, put our services to the public available, especially for hospitals and schools of nursing, that this program exists, and we are an alternative to Board of Nursing discipline, and we're just a resource for nurses who are struggling out there. When I say we, I'm mainly talking about Brittany and one of our senior case managers who do the brunt of our outreach and education program. And they started off the quarter really strong by going to El Paso with the Texas Nurses Association's roadshow. Brittany tagged along and provided some outreach there, and as well as with University Medical Center in El Paso. The TNA roadshows are a good opportunity. Even if our staff do not come, it's a good opportunity for us to provide materials to wherever Serena and crew go. So we're happy to continue that. Again, these are on page 8 and 9 for the list of outreach and activities that we conducted in the quarters. I won't go through them all. However, I just want to highlight the roadshow, and also Brittany did some guest lectures over the past quarter, which I thought were great. She did one for Texas Wesleyan, their CRNA program, and she also did a guest lecture for the University of Texas School of Nursing. And outreach, and also we have a good education program that's going on right now with incorporating CE21 into our outreach program, our education program, that allows us to provide virtual-based education to nurses and potential volunteers of our program. When you see the acronym PSP, that stands for Peer Support Partner. Those are our volunteer nurses across the state of Texas who provide one-on-one support for nurses in the program. So we offer almost a small curriculum of different topics to nurses across the state of Texas, those who are interested in becoming peer support partners, or nurses who are just interested in just knowing about the program. So the senior case manager in our team, she loves providing education. That's one of her passions and skill set. And so she does the majority of them. Topics range from the disease of addiction, mental health conditions, person-centered care, and motivational interviewing strategies, which are kind of like the foundation, nuts and bolts of what we do at TPAPN. So that's really proud to say that we do have a good outreach and education. I think the last time I was here, Brittany had just started, and we were just talking about, we plan to do, I think it was the beginning of 2023, and we were talking about our plans to do outreach and education now that things are starting to open back up, and proud to say that, we have done that, and I think that's reflected in pages 8 and 9. Also, we're still continuing with our quarterly lunch and learns and social media posts, and just our materials and quote unquote swag that we distribute to hospitals and the general public. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about outreach and education and the referrals. I do want to take the time also to highlight some opportunities that we noticed in the quarterly report. That is a decrease in participation agreements, signed participation agreements. So TPAPN participation agreements are contracts basically the nurse signs in order to participate in monitoring. And so we track the number of signed participation agreements per quarter. We did notice a little bit of a drop. So Serena and I looked, that was the opportunity for us to look at if there was a cause, or maybe just different factors that contributed to that, maybe seasonal trends or external events. We did look, and we couldn't exactly pinpoint what caused that, but We are on track. Well, actually, we have already, when looking at the numbers for this quarter, we've already surpassed the previous quarter's numbers. So we're on track to have a good number of signed participation agreements in this next quarter. So I'm happy to report that. Hopefully that was an anomaly and something that just occurred for a series of events. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions related to that signed participation agreements. We did want to acknowledge that we did notice that, and that's an opportunity for us to do some introspection on that end. And lastly, I'd like to point out our advisory committee for this past quarter met in person. That was the first time we met in person since the pandemic happened. I believe it was November 17th, we met in our building here at the TPAPN offices and had a good, I believe it was 4 hours long. It was just it was a good meeting. We went over strategic planning for the future, which Serena will touch on in just a minute. And we have some new members on our advisory committee. They are eager, they're excited, and they are already contributing and providing wonderful ideas. And so it's really motivating us. I'm really excited about that and what they can offer to help us move forward with our mission. So definitely excited on that end. Our advisory committee is a group that we go to whenever we're making some changes or considering changes or just want to get some advice on how the program should operate. So I'm happy to report that. So at this time, I will hand off to Serena. She's going to talk a little bit more about strategic planning.
Thank you. Any questions for Roland before we move into that? No? Okay. So as Roland mentioned, the advisory committee came together in November to create a strategic plan for TPAPN. And this plan has been approved by the advisory committee as well as the Texas Nurses Foundation Board, where TPAPN falls under. We are focusing on 3 pillars for over the next 5 years, which is sustainability of the program, stigma, and wellness. The objectives of each of these pertain to demonstrating organizational excellence through the stewardship of our human fiscal program and community resources. That's under our sustainability pillar. And the focus there is really ensuring that TPAPN is a stable financial entity, that we're looking at our human capital and ensuring that we have the right resources to continue carrying out the mission of the organization, our participants, as well as our program, and making sure that it's supported by evidence and our outreach efforts. Under stigma, it's focused on eliminating the negative perceptions surrounding nurses with substance use and mental health conditions. Again, this is focusing on education in both the profession and the community, as well as program development, outreach, developing partnerships, and program improvements for participants. And then our wellness is focused around providing participants the resources to support a holistic approach in the recovery process. And again, centering around education, program development, outreach, and community-related partnerships. So we're now really focused on solidifying goals and metrics that we can measure over the course of the next year and throughout the next 4 years. And happy to entertain any questions from you.
Any questions, board members? I think for me, I just feel that it's better. And so, and the same thing like what you're saying, and when you say that you think you're in a good spot, your leadership is good for you, and so I see that in you. So that sounds good to me. So, and we definitely want that stigma changed. It's hard for that. And so it's a huge challenge. So I think that's a good part of your plan. Any statements, or do you have anything?
Dr. Bumpus, will the strat plan be on TNA's website, or is that something?
Will it be on the TPAPN website? Yes.
TPAPN,
sorry, that's okay.
Sorry.
No, we will.
Yes.
We will post our strategic plan just as we have the others on there as well. Yes, thank you. And I will share that we are coming to the Rio Grande Valley in 2 weeks. So, and Brittany will be there to do some outreach as well in that area.
Thank you. So I think this is just information. It's not it's not an action item. Yes. I've just been at this for a long time, and these reports are just so good compared to what they were and easy for us, easier. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Oh, goodness. Consideration of adoption of proposed new 22 Texas Administrative Code 214.14 relating to use of standardized examinations in vocational nursing programs, including written comments received, if any, and that's 6.4. And we will follow with 6.5, consideration of adoption of proposed new 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.14 relating to use of standardized examinations in professional nursing programs, including written comments received, if any.
Thank you, Madam President. These items are largely similar. One is in the vocational nurse chapter, and one is in the professional nursing education chapter. So the rules were proposed in both chapters, and the report will be largely the same for both. So we're going to tackle both these items at the same time. So these items implemented Senate Bill 1429, which is what we've called the high stakes testing bill. Very generally speaking, the rules in both VN and RN education prohibit the use of a standardized exam created by a private entity to be used as a graduation requirement or to withhold someone's graduation affidavit based on a failure of those examinations. No formal comments were received, but we did have an informal conversation with the career colleges and schools of Texas, staff did. And that was regarding some of the wording of the preamble, which is what goes before the rule when it's posted in the Texas Register. So the board members, you haven't seen the preamble of the rule. You voted on the rule text. The preamble has components that allow the rule to be explained and some analyses to be made. And some of the language of that preamble was misleading, erroneous perhaps. There was some language of the preamble introduction that indicated that the sections may only apply to private nursing programs. That's not true. The staff wants to clarify that here on the record, and staff would also like to clarify that in the adoption order, which will be posted in the Texas Register, that these sections apply to both public and private schools of nursing, all of the nursing education that is regulated by the board in VN and RN education. So the board has already authorized the adoption of the rule text, so there's nothing to vote on here. It's just for informational purposes, but I'm happy to answer any questions about it.
Yes, I think that, these were hard for schools, and some schools did do this. And so it's just going to be better for the students to not have, to get up to the end and ready for graduation, and then they don't graduate with that. And so it's a great tool, but it doesn't need to be that deciding factor. So this was Senator Hinojosa. He's in your area, isn't he?
Madam President, I just had, as a non-educator, I mean, is there like this store that you guys go to and just pick a test and then give the test, or, I mean?
Well, it's the HESI is the main one.
And that's to get, I thought that was to get in, no, that's the T's, to get in.
No, and so each course has those. So the student, they can use them all the way through, but they were weighted heavier. And so they were not letting, because it's a predictor of passing the NCLEX. And they have it in all levels. And so I assume they have y'all have LVN ones. I mean, I know we have RN and then we have them FNP that we use. And when I went into our program, I think they were doing a little bit more of that in our graduate program for the FNP, but we were just kind of like, the ones of us that were in charge at that time were like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. This is just lets us see gaps. So.
Well, you know, I took my boards on stone tablets, so I don't have a lot of frame of reference.
Yes. Oh my gosh, Skintrons. That's blast from the past. So, thank you for that. He said it wasn't an action.
Not an action item, informational only because the board has already authorized the adoption if no negative comments were received.
Yeah, so the board has authorized adoption and if no negative, so there wasn't, and you're just clarifying.
Just clarifying, based on the informal discussion, we're fortunate to have career colleges and schools of Texas come to talk to us about their concerns and not present a written comment that needs a response in the Texas Register. However, we will acknowledge the issue in the adoption order. So no vote required.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. Yeah. And those are. Seven in the sevens. Okay. Okay, now we have kind of a connection, and so that's our APNAC, which is Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee, 5.2.1. Dr. Zeich and Mr. Timothy. And then we will roll right into 7.7, and is that? No?
Yes.
Oh, that's not you. And then we'll go into 7.7 and 7.8, which have to do with the scope of practice. Okay, and that APNAC number, oh, I just lost it. What?
5.2.
Okay, 5.2.1. Okay, thank you.
Certainly. Good afternoon again, board members. This is just an information item to report to you on the December 15th, 2023 meeting of the Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee. This is, as Dr. Chapman said about the Schreiner proposal, it felt like giving birth. This feels a little like giving birth for us too. If you think back to 2021, for those of you who were on the board at that time, in October of 2021, the board voted to charge the Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee with reviewing its rules related to APRN scope of practice and making recommendations regarding rule revisions. Well, the committee completed its work related to rule revisions, and all of you considered that work, and the amended rule was eventually adopted in February of 2023. But there was a second part of that charge, and the second part of that charge was to look at tools that we might develop to assist APRNs in determining whether something is or is not within their scope of practice. And so on December 15th, the committee came together again, and we discussed this second part of the charge. And we came up with two recommendations for the board's consideration. One is a decision-making model, and then the other is revisions to the existing APRN scope of practice guidelines, and those are agenda items 7.7 and 7.8. The other thing that we did during that meeting was we adopted or ratified the January 5th, 2023 minutes from the advisory committee. So I've provided those minutes to you as an attachment just for information purposes. I think with these two agenda items, if they meet with the board's approval, we will have concluded that charge. And so that's exciting, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
It's just a great working team, and I think it's a good example just to remind everyone that we have our board members, but we have these committees of stakeholders who come, and they're from all different areas that have to do with that topic: education, practice, APRN, legal, that we deal with. And so every time there is a need that charge, we give that charge to those people. So I always say when people are like, well, why are there so few of you on this board? And it's like, because we depend on stakeholders. They can't demand it, but their input is so important. And this group of advanced practice that were there working on this with staff and all really makes a difference. So those are very important. If you're ever talking to anyone and they're wanting to know, well, what do you do? Well, we have practice stakeholders. We have education stakeholders to help us to do our job for the board.
They are a really good group, and they're not afraid to tell staff what they think. Dr. Riddle was on that committee prior to being appointed to the board, and he can certainly speak from his experience. And they are very, very helpful. We really appreciate the experience and the knowledge that they bring. It really is a tremendous resource to staff, and we're very much appreciative of the committee.
Yes. And our after sunset, which was really difficult, we had that group who came and helped us with all of those statutes that we had to work on. And so that was and it's a variety of people, a variety of experiences. So appreciate them. And I didn't get to go to this last one as the liaison. So I love the product you came up with. So this is 7.7. And I need to have a motion. And 7.7 is consideration of approval of advanced practice registered nurse scope of practice decision-making model, APRN DMM. So can I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to adopt the APRN scope of practice decision-making model currently proposed, along with allowance for non-substantive edits for purposes of clarity as deemed necessary by board staff.
Okay, I thought your introduction was what we were having. I didn't know Tim was going to say something.
I came up just to continue us on the agenda items. Sorry, I came up with Jolene because the next two agenda items follow the APNEC report. And I guess what I would add ahead of the motion, if there are any questions about the DMM, I would second everything Jolene said about the value of the APNEC committee really producing this and all the effort they went into revising it on that December 15th meeting. And I think this is something that's very valuable and useful for APRNs making scope of practice determinations. So if anyone has questions before voting, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions?
Madam President, I don't want to put you on the spot, Tim, but I know how long and hard you worked on this. I want to say you may have come ready to talk a little bit more about the decision-making model, but again, I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't want the motion to curtail
and we can
your
discuss
brilliance.
Even before our second, yeah.
I guess for the benefit of the board, I would like to just describe a little bit about the history of the model and how board staff use it, because how we're going to actually put it into practice and get some legwork out of it. The board has a decision-making model and has had one for many years, decades in fact, but it doesn't adequately address some of the essential elements for APRNs. So by developing a unique model for APRNs it's organized, it presents really succinct essential considerations, board staff can kind of walk through with stakeholders on the phone or email a lot of these essential elements we think they need to be thinking about, because usually if you're going to help someone make a scope of practice decision, the best thing you can do is help them make that individualized determination themselves. So board staff typically, reference the model. When we speak with individuals, we talk about our current model and our educational offerings, and we'll do the same with this one. And I guess that's mostly what I would say. If you're looking at the model, it has directions in it, but as per our directions, if a nurse is directed to ever hit a stop sign as they progress through those reflective questions, they should determine it's outside their scope. If they're able to answer every one of those questions in a way that allows them to progress all the way through that flow chart, they can consider that action within their scope of practice. And hopefully they're confident in their answer that they make.
Thank you. So I have a motion, and could I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison, second.
Okay. So if we can vote on 7.7, and I will call the names. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
myself, Kathy Shipp, 4, and Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you. So the motion passes. I just, when I was reading over it, it's just so in-depth, and I was remembering last year when we were coming up with the first part of that, and every word we looked at, and I saw in my mind you guys doing that same group of people doing that same thing about the wording and everything that goes in it. So I really appreciate it, and it's huge. And I get questions all the time about, especially FNPs working in the hospital. So thank you very much for that work.
And can we disseminate this now since it's past the vote? I mean, I really like the flow chart and things like that.
If you've approved it, it's fair game. So yes.
I have the RN and the LVN scope in my office, and it's shocking how many people, they even today come and look and, follow it all. So this is great.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think there are some plans maybe to revise the other 2 DMMs down the road based on some changes we put into this one. Just to
I
make it a
think
little bit more similar.
one of the great benefits of revisiting this in depth and creating this document is that we can see how some of what we put into this document could also be transferable to the LV and RN scope as well. And our existing DMM, it is really good at what it does, but I think we have seen the opportunity to make it better, and we'll definitely have to rename it. So we'll be making all those changes.
It was just the poster aspect instead of having to go online. And I mean, I know it sounds so old, but the poster aspect was huge.
The more you disseminate, the better it is for us. So please share.
Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, we'll move on to 7.8, consideration of approval of advanced practice registered nurse scope of practice guideline.
So the purpose of this agenda item is to present the second of those 2 documents that are from the December 15th, 2023 APRN meeting. This report is a voting item on the advanced practice registered nurse scope of practice guideline. The guideline originated in 2005, and it was the result of the recommendation of the ACNAC meeting convening at that time. It had never been revised since then, or at least the text had not. In 2018, it was reviewed and reaffirmed, but there was never a change to the actual guideline itself. With the work of the APNAC Committee on rule revisions and now the APRN DMM, it is fitting to update that guideline document to reflect, so that it is more current. So some of the changes to the document were basic wording changes, Texas Board of Examiners, to Texas Board of Nursing, I think specialty to population focus, some things to bring it up to more current terminology, board staff and our rules use when discussing scope of practice with others. And then the bulk of the changes were to include all of the APNAC Committee's work on the APRN DMM directly into the guideline, as well as Board Rule 221.12, which the board adopted the committee's recommendations last year on, and that rule relates to scope of practice and consideration for when various factors should be considered when determining if something is within an APRN's scope. So those are the primary changes to that guideline document.
Thank you. Any questions or clarifications? Okay, so this is an action item, so I need a motion. Somebody give me a motion.
I move to adopt, this is Drew Riddle, I move to adopt the advanced practice registered nurse scope of practice guideline as currently proposed, along with allowance for non-substantive edits and for the purposes of clarity as deemed necessary by board staff.
This is Laura Disk. I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Full, please vote. Kathy Boswell.
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk.
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison.
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards.
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle.
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Shipp, myself, 4. And Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you. So motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you for all the good work. Yeah, can we take like about a 10-minute break and then we'll push through for the rest? Y'all good with that? Okay. Think just kind of stretch. To do our position statements, and I think these are voting items. 7.4, review and consideration of current positions statements without changes. Paul? Hi there.
Hello. Thank you, Madam President and board members. We have 28 position statements currently online. 24 of them are under recommendation for no changes to repost. Hopefully, we will have a 29th position statement after Christine does her presentation a little bit later. But 7.4 is 24 of the current position statements that we're recommending stay the way they are with no changes to help offer guidance to the public.
Okay. So are there any questions? Okay.
Madam President, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to accept the current board position statements without any recommended changes, with allowance for non-substantive edits for purposes of clarity as may be deemed necessary by board staff.
Thank you. And I need a second.
This is Carol Hawkins Garcia, second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. So
Carol.
Carol. I have to find my list because I have to always call. Okay, here we go. So no further questions, then we'll vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Gerald Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Shipp, myself 4, and Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to 7.5.
7.5, these are the 4 position statements that we are recommending changes for. We have one non-substantive change for position statement 15 sorry, I didn't bring my glasses up, 15.8, role of the nurse in moderate sedation. We're suggesting that we're adding certified registered to the current title of nurse anesthetist to bring it in line with with the existing nomenclature throughout the rest of the board statements on that. Position statement 15.5, nurses with the responsibility for initiating physician standing orders. Due to Senate Bill 629 from the 88th regular legislative session, it amended the Texas Education Code to include section 38.225. This amendment permits APRNs with delegated prescriptive authority to issue standing orders for certain types of drugs in school-based settings, drugs for respiratory distress, EpiPens, and opioid antagonists. So the proposed changes also include the citation to 38.225 of the Texas Education Code, and it makes reference to a new FAQ that is currently posted entitled Standing Orders for Select Medications in School Settings. And 15.13 is role of LVNs and RNs in high school, and it has the same proposed substantive changes as the previous. We're adding in the reference to section 38.225 of the Texas Education Code, which again references the ability for APRNs with delegated prescriptive authority to issue standing orders for the types of certain types of drugs in school-based settings. The final one is position statement 15.30, workplace violence. Senate Bill 240 passed in the 88th regular session. It has the addition that outlines the bill's requirements for facilities to establish a workplace violence prevention committee, as well as the requirement for including at least one facility-based registered nurse that provides direct patient care to patients on that committee, as well as outlining the committee's responsibility to develop a written workplace policy, workplace violence prevention policy, and that it's available to all employees, as well as the requirement that they respond to each incident or report of workplace violence as detailed in the bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your new title. Promotion.
It's been a whirlwind.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you for your work. Okay. Did we have anything else?
No, ma'am. I can answer any questions if anybody has questions
Okay.
on that.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. I need a motion.
This is Ken Johnson. I move to adopt the current board position statements with proposed changes, along with the allowance for substantive edits for purposes of clarity, as may be deemed necessary by board staff.
Okay. Second?
This is Maisie Jamison, I second.
Oh. Okay. You can do the next one, Daryl. Thank you for jumping in. Okay, great. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Oh, I got to vote. Oh my gosh, what a day. I'm waiting for my thing to come up. Okay, Kathy Boswell,
It's only 4:20.
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, myself, 4. Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, Christine. That's one position statement that you wrote, girl. Okay, 7.6, consideration of proposed new position statement, artificial intelligence, AI, nursing, 15.31. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President, board members. Thank you all for taking the time to review this position statement and consider it for your approval. Over the last 5 years, 7 years, I think we've all been hearing a lot more about AI in so many sectors of our lives, and healthcare is definitely one of those. And it's continuing to expand in all of these areas, and definitely healthcare as well. So a lot of organizations and groups such as the World Health Organization, Department of Health and Human Services, National Institutes of Health have been releasing different forms of guidance and documents on the safe and ethical use of artificial intelligence, of AI, and how to govern the use of AI and strategic plans that they're implementing. And then in the world of nursing, the American Nurse Association has released a position statement that was in 2022. And ANA and National Council of State Boards of Nursing continue to highlight elements and examples of AI in different presentations and discussion panels and their publications. So in preparation and anticipation of more questions to come from nurses, from the industry, from our stakeholders, we wanted to develop this position statement on what nurses need to consider. So our main points are that nurses are likely to encounter some aspect of AI in their nursing career, and they should be prepared with how to safely integrate it into their practice. And this proposed position statement has sections on AI in nursing practice and the standards of nursing practice and AI in nursing education, ethical considerations, and our recommendations. The research indicates that AI has the potential to enhance nursing care and improve outcomes. And there will also be instances when the use of AI might not be appropriate for one patient over another. And the nurse is still expected to use their nursing skills, their nursing judgment, which AI does not replace. And we really wanted to emphasize that these AI and AI-related tools can be viewed as supplementary, as supportive tools in practice, and not the ultimate decision maker. So, as with any practice-related decision, nurses are still expected to adhere to the Texas Nursing Practice Act, all board rules, all board regulations, and uphold all of those standards of nursing practice. And in the position statement, we highlight those which we predict are most closely aligned to scenarios which might involve AI. And we also encourage nurses to reflect on these standards of practice like they do with any practice-related decision and our decision-making model, the DMM, and other resources that are available from the board to ultimately make a decision in the patient's best interest. And with something as broad as artificial intelligence, and it's advancing so quickly, we definitely anticipate that there are scenarios and issues that we can't imagine or predict right now. So this position statement will likely need more revisions in the future, maybe in comparison to other position statements, to account for the changes and advancements in this growing field. So I was really excited to work on this and collaborate with the rest of the practice team and our education team, our legal department, and our director of nursing and our executive director, Dr. Benton. And everybody had really valuable, solid feedback, which I think helped improve it and refine it and get it to where it is now. And I think that gives a broad overview. I'm happy to give more examples or answer any questions y'all might have.
Any comments, questions? I thought it was really well done. And I was reading last night late, and I was like, oh my goodness. I need to be really thinking about it's a lot. It's in depth. And I thought your sources were really good. So thank you for that, and the staff and everybody that had put in input with them. I think, didn't you say one time you looked at a case and had an AI do your, what was that?
That's right, President Shipp. I don't do any legal research on my own. I just ask ChatGPT to give me the answer.
That was not
It's worked out really well for me.
No, you said you just would do it one time and.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But it's, but unlike I think a lot of the example I gave was it has the, you ask it, give me a citation for this legal principle and explain, this or that. The, what's it called? It hallucinates almost inevitably whenever you ask it a legal question. I think it's sort of a trick that the AI engineers have done just for lawyers, because they know that they can they got something against them, I guess. But the hallucinations come in, and I was like, oh, good, there's a case on that. I'm gonna go look that up, and it was about shifting of the burden of proof, which is sort of an esoteric area. In what circumstances can you shift the burden of proof from the plaintiff who has the burden to the defendant who generally is defending? And it said, it's in these circumstances. I said, can you give me a case for that? And it said, oh yes, a U.S. Supreme Court case, Wilson versus such and such, and gave me the, when you cite cases, it gives you the volume and the page number where you can actually find that case. And they go look it up. I was like, great, let me go look it up. It was about it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with damages associated with, somebody who, like a trespass. Somebody built their fence on, another person's ditch that was destroyed. And it was like, it didn't have anything to do with evidence. Didn't have anything to do with the burden of proof. And I was like, yeah, thanks, AI. You're going to be really helpful. So, I didn't have a real, opportunity. What I do know about this position statement is the thing that I think is inherent in all nurses and in their practice, to know and conform to, the standards, and make sure that if you're going to use that as a tool, it will be conforming to the standards of nursing. But I'm old, and I'm all about, these cautionary tales of, don't rush out to embrace, technology before, too soon. But, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, statements, or? So I need a motion.
Madam President, I'll make a motion. I move to adopt the new board position 15.31, Artificial Intelligence or AI in nursing with allowance for non-substantive word editing for purposes of clarity as may be deemed necessary by staff.
This is Allison Edwards. I'll second it.
So we have a motion and a second. Oh. Okay, let's vote.
I distracted.
Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Gerald Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Disk, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Dr. Edwards,
Dr. Edwards, 4.
Dr. Riddle,
Drew Riddle, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Shipp, myself 4, and Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, 4.
Yay, motion passes. Thank you very much. So how long did you work on all that? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, it's really good. It was really good. So.
Yeah, Christine has become our resident AI expert.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 7.3. Consideration of the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies, TCNWS Financial Report, fiscal year 2023. I needed glasses for that one. Okay.
Okay, board members, this report sort of speaks for itself. The Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies is required by statute to submit an annual financial report, likely mostly because we do pass through a portion of licensure fees to support the Workforce Center's budget, as Pam Lauer presented at our October board meeting. So this is an exact copy of what she shared with me, and it summarizes the work that they've done over the past fiscal year, their staffing, which you'll notice they have had some staffing issues. And they ended the year with an unexpended balance of a little over $65,000, primarily due to unfilled staffing positions. So it's an FYI, it's not an action item, but certainly if you have any specific questions, I'll try to answer them or get with Pam Lauer and get answers from her.
Yeah, this is like a pass-through. You know, I mean, we collect all of our money and then some of it, they. Okay, great. What do you do with remaining funds? How does that work?
Doesn't it go back into the?
Hi.
Sending myself an email about this budget item as we get ready for strategic
Mm-hmm.
but any unexpended monies would be lapsed back to the state.
Oh.
So there's an ongoing that they have unexpended balance that they can carry forward. I don't know specifically that's going to be from one body into another. It's definitely within the body. But what even likewise when we don't spend, it goes back to the state. We don't keep.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's got you. Sorry.
So, yeah, I'll just repeat that again. Any monies unexpended by a state agency, unless they're expressly given permission to keep that money as an unexpended balance, they're lapsed back to the general revenue fund. So when you asked that question, I was just sending myself an email to look into that deeper as we get into strategic planning. And one of the items, just preempt the planning process that we're going to be looking into is the state of the PAMS group, their resource needs, perhaps more attention to bring to the legislature or the committees that we're beholden to, the work that they do. It's very important. Our IT group has been working with Pam and her group to update our data, to get them more data, to refresh those tables. And so we do anticipate having a lot more product coming out of them and us. So, but again, what we don't spend, you lapse back to GR.
Wouldn't that money come back to us since we funded it to begin with?
No, it would be, yeah, it's collected by us for a specific purpose, given to another state agency, but we're a general revenue funded agency, so is the Health and Human Services Commission. And GR funded agencies don't keep the monies that they're given unless they have specific legal authority to move some monies for certain projects. Agencies that are called SDSI, semi-independent, they keep their own funds, but they're outside of the general revenue process, so.
We were trying for that.
We tried, but
Would that ever happen? The semi-independent?
Yeah, it's a very small batch of agencies who get that authority, and they are under their own sunset review to see if that authority will continue. But
a long time ago.
Anyway, it's pegged for strategic planning and eventually our LAR. So that's my answer, my long-winded answer.
Okay.
But we've already given them the money that we collected for it. They're the ones that have it now.
Yes.
Spent.
Yes, and they're facing the same challenges every state agency is, and that is staffing shortages, recruitment, selection, finding qualified applicants. But again, these are the discussions to be had during strategic planning, which will kick off towards the end of February. And so we'll flush that out more with Pam and her group. And then you'll see a piece of that come back to this board as you vote on those budget items.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See, you sat here all day. Nobody talked to you.
But I've been emailing myself ideas. Everyone else is.
So we do know you're here.
Yes.
So I have a little side question. So doesn't she work with National Council? You know, at the annual meeting, the guy that did all of that nursing workforce and data and the research? Yeah, no, but it was the staff person.
National Forum of Workforce Centers.
Yeah, so she
is very involved with the
Very
national
involved.
organization.
You know, so this stuff, she sends up and it goes national, and so it's really, it's exceptional, so, yeah. But I'm thinking about the staff, you know, those research guys for National Council, and I can't even tell you what their names are, but they are really into the numbers and the data, and it's really, really good, so. Okay, so I think this was an information item. Okay. Oh, okay. Go to the last page. So Drew and myself will have a report. Do you want to go? And so report 9.3, report on the 2023 Texas Attorney General Government Law and Liability Conference.
So I attended the Government Law and Liability Conference. It was a very interesting 2 days of my life. I think it was incredible. As a new board member, it was incredibly eye-opening to see, in particular, how Open Meetings Act really gets applied, and understanding when and why agencies and boards have to comply and then have exceptions to that rule. The other piece that was fascinating for me was it was a whole afternoon around how the Attorney General's office and all of the staff attorneys with the AG's office liaise with the various agencies, and when in-house counsel for the agency versus the AG's office, and they actually highlighted a little bit about Operation Nightingale as sort of an example of that partnership. And there was a really very interesting presentation, and it was fascinating, and I think they're actually planning perhaps a standalone conference around state agency response during the public health emergency, and what happened when rules were changed, executive orders from the governor came down that really sort of changed somewhat of the operation, overnight, literally. So overall, if you haven't been and there's an opportunity to go, if you have been, you know what I'm talking about. It's a lot of lawyers in one room.
Yeah.
Y'all.
Yeah, it is.
Just be ready. But it was also really great to meet some of the board members from other agencies and some board staff from other state agencies. So, yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. It was worth it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was.
Yes. Who hasn't been? You haven't been?
Oh, you up.
It's coming up again.
Is it like every December?
I thought it was every 2 years.
Yeah, it's twice a year.
The governor's conference is the off year from the AG's conference and vice versa.
Yeah.
And that's this time?
That's next week is the governor's
I'm going.
conference. It was Perry was governor, and they get the McGraw guy who's over DPS did this whole big, I guess there were probably 150 or 200 of us in this auditorium, and they did a huge screen of this drug race of chasing the drug guy down, and the truck goes into the water of the Rio Grande, and the DPS is after them. Everybody in there, all of us were like, I mean, it was like Fast and Furious. I'm not kidding. I mean, it just sucked all the air out of the room, just showing, what they were doing. And this pickup goes in the water, and the guy jumps out, and the drugs float everywhere, and the guys across the river come in their black boat and all their black stuff, and they grab the drugs, and they're gone. And we're all just sitting there going, wow. I mean, it was the craziest thing. I mean, you've been in this meeting all day long, and you're hearing all of this stuff that's really, really interesting, really good. They're going, well, we're going to show you a little bit about what we do. And then everybody was just like, okay, I need a break or something. And nobody cared about the guy that jumped out of the truck who had the drugs. The guys who were getting the drugs, they didn't care that their guy, the DPS got on him. And I was like, oh my gosh. And so I'm sure it's a lot worse now than whatever that was. Because that was when Perry was here. So we're like, Abbott's on his second one. So anyway, so I don't think yours will be as exciting next week.
I'll report back.
Yeah, that mine was. I was like, oh, wow, everybody ought to go to that meeting. So anyway. So, and I think it's good for you to try to do the things. It's just like trying to go to National Council, trying to go to these things. The other thing is that sometimes our consultants are in your area and giving some education offerings. I know y'all don't do as many in person as you did, but you do virtual. So anytime any board members are ever around, whenever those things are being done. And then as board members, we can also do those continuing education, that are available there as board members. So lots of stuff is available to us. Okay. Review of board quarterly meeting evaluation. So we always do these evaluations. So Kathy saw last time, and then Drew, you'll have one this time, and we just do it at the end. And it is, it's available for you guys to read. And it overall, they're just very positive. And especially, I want the staff to hear, the agenda's clear, supported by the necessary documents, circulated sufficient time. I mean, that's all of our staff getting it ready. It's always well put together. It flows well. Patricia works very hard at organizing and notifying board members when materials are ready for review. And this is appreciated to us, having them early. Glad, we didn't have some of our positions. So Kathy was here, Kathy Boswell is our ADN. And I think you can see today, this agenda needs the expertise of everybody. Whatever it is that your expertise, and I don't ever want consumers to not feel that they're as important, because you're out in the public and you're hearing this and you're seeing it. Sometimes we get so nursey that we're in this little tunnel. And so I think that this just shows the value of everybody being here to ask those, like LVN education, and you're asking them about that. That I taught that, but a long time ago. So, I mean, you're on it, and our education people. So thank you for that. Reports were clear, contained needed information, excellent reports from the staff for members to be prepared to do our work, enjoy and appreciate the work and effort put into reports that are presented. Always thank you, staff. Excellent preparation by staff. Great first meeting for Dr. Chris. So avoid getting into administrative, managerial details. We're always focused. All opinions are welcome. Thank you for saying I stay prepared. Sometimes I'm not sure. Future issues, appreciate the planning for schedules in the coming year, and appreciate the staff letting us know, like this meeting, we're going 2 days. We used to do that all the time. We haven't done it in a while, and so appreciate you guys giving up 2 days of your time. All members are present. Board member, we still have vacancies. And thank you to Kim for continuing to serve and keep coming with her time being up. We appreciate that so much. And I just put down what every single person says. So some of the stuff may be a repeat, but that's what someone wrote. And beginning and ending on time, focusing so the meeting is punctual and productive. The meeting room was conducive to work. Personally, I thought the room chilled after lunch, uncomfortably so. So I saw you just put your coat on.
I didn't make the comment.
So,
Chill temperature-wise?
yeah, oh yeah, I think it was,
Like chill vibe?
Yeah,
chill temperature, what kind of chill?
I think it was temperature. Last time, because in this meeting we had stuff we had to work on. But our other one, we had to climb up and get somebody tall to do our fans, and Kathy and I would just be like freezing or whatever. Miscellaneous suggestions. Great first meeting for Kristen, great input from various board members that is appreciated. Looking forward to future board developments. We hadn't done any for a while, so we're looking forward to that tomorrow. Excellent discussion regarding program requirements, expectations, and speaking with one voice. So I don't know if you have anything else that you want to add to that. I just think the evaluations matter. And also, I think it's good to see what others are thinking, if you're thinking some of the same things. So appreciate that. So I had 8 out of 11. No? Yeah. So we'll just try to get them when we can. Tomorrow we'll do 9.2, board development presentation on development and application of 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.33. So our law, isn't that right? Is that what our lawyers are doing for us? Thank you.
Giving it the best shot we can.
All right, all right. We'll be good. Oh, yes, and we're also going to do 1.2 legal in the morning, and we're also going to carry over Texas Board Nursing Fiscal Year 2023 Annual Report. So we'll do those 2 and have the development, and then we'll be out of here. We've done a good job. So So thank you. So anything else? Okay, 4:53.